Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, to another episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. I am Joe.
I am Caleb.
Today is a special day, a day in which we are reviewing a new Roman numeraled Final Fantasy game, a new mainline Final Fantasy game that seemed to have snuck up on us when we weren't looking.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when people that actually finish projects are in charge of projects. They announce the game, we get a few trailers, and then the game comes out. It's like, oh, wow, no massive delays, no massive rewrites.
No 11-year wait
Yeah,
and a title change?
What's the occasion? Yeah, apparently the occasion is just Creative Business Unit 3. We have them to thank for this. It did kind of sneak up. I mean, we've known about it for a while, but I always am super not optimistic about deadlines and stuff like that from these companies, especially given their track record. So I kind of was like, well, it's supposed to come out in June this year, but I don't know.
If in case you guys don't remember, when Final Fantasy was well, first off, it was Versus 13. Then everybody forgot about it, except for some people who were like, I don't know, in love with a character that never showed up in the game eventually.
Yeah.
In some of the trailers. And then Nomura was sacked. Hajime Tabata was brought in. It was retitled Final Fantasy 15. Then they announced a date for it, and then they couldn't make the date, and then they pushed it. So that game was like, I don't know, 13 years in the making or some shit. I don't remember. You'll have to listen to the 15 episode to talk about that. But this was much different. In respect for Final Fantasy 16, we got a trailer, I don't know, a year and a half ago. I got the date somewhere in my write-up, and then it came out, and that was it. And it's doing pretty well sales-wise, and I stopped everything for 3 weeks and plowed this very long game.
Yeah.
And now we're ready to review it after many years since the last mainline review.
Yeah, I think it actually came out. The first trailer came out in 2020 because I think I was doing the census when I got a text from you or somebody, and they said, "Hey, there's a trailer for Final Fantasy 16."
Okay, so it's been a bit.
Yeah, that's when I pulled over and I was like, "Oh wait, I shouldn't watch this. We should do this later." And then we never really.
And then we watched it, and then we were disappointed by the trailer.
Yeah, so we're like, "Well, fuck that. We're not going to do an episode on that."
Yeah, screw 16. We're just skipping it.
Yeah, we're not going to play it at all.
I guess for anybody who's like, this one might be an episode where people come in that are new to our show. It's been a couple years of Final Fantasy 14. We've gone in, done expansions, gone out. We've never really been like big 14 guys. Like, we're not in there day after day after day unless you're trying to platinum the game. I take all that back, actually. But on the last 14 expansion, I got kind of sick of the way that the story was being told in this very, very drawn out cutscenes, all these fetch quests that were totally like worthless. And when it was announced that Yoshi P was like the head of the people who gave us this game, I was kind of hesitant. And I was also hesitant that in my mind, and we watched all the trailers eventually a couple months ago, I also thought the trailers weren't very good. And the thing is, with like 15 and with 13, which are the most recent mainline single-player games, right? The trailers were good for both of those. Now, whether or not you liked the game when they came out, obviously, like those games both have kind of mixed reviews. But with 16, I was like watching the trailers, and I'm like, these guys are not selling me this game very much. So
yeah.
And unlike with 15, we also decided to, outside of watching those trailers, kind of take a step away and just try to play the game in and of itself with no real knowledge of like what was going on behind the scenes. Obviously, we heard stuff from people as we talk to people in our little Final Fantasy podcast community, but we weren't going in and like trying to find out information about it like we were with 15. I think that was like a big problem with 15 is that they put out so much information, and they put out the movie and they put out the shows. And so with 16, we're going at it with fresh eyes. And this is the second mainline Final Fantasy that has come out while we've been doing our podcast, which is why I'm referring to 15 so much right now. But yeah, you have any thoughts like on your, like when you were coming up for this? Do you have anything to add there? Like,
I just want to say that that's an insane statement that we've been doing this for almost 10 years and we've gotten 2 fucking games. 2 games.
Well, A Realm Reborn
and 14 expansions.
When did A Realm Reborn get relaunched?
I think it was like 2013 or something.
Okay, so it was like right when we were starting, like just around there. So yeah, I mean, if you count A Realm Reborn as a new game, it might have been like right at the beginning, but no, because like Lightning Returns was our first like major Final Fantasy game that came out.
Yeah, it was 2013 for Realm Reborn.
Yeah, 9.5 years or whatever that we're going on right now.
Yeah, that's insane. We get 2 games in 9.5 years.
Yeah.
What major series has that bad of a track record?
Well, I will say it's not 16 that was... it was delayed a little bit, apparently, in 2020 with COVID, but it wasn't like... it wasn't like 15.
Yeah, it was 15 that took forever.
And it wasn't like 14 that tanked the company and made them like reconsider all options. Also 12, remember that FF12 had at one point the world record for the longest game development time ever.
Yeah, that's true.
So like this series, it's becoming a problem.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of they lost a lot of good talent and good people when...
Yeah, basically all their original Final Fantasy people, not all of them, but
yeah, a good amount of them left.
At least one, and then a lot of staff like went with him.
Yeah, once they fired his ass. Once they banished him to the...
Yeah, they banished him to Hawaii. And then, sorry guys, we are in a construction zone.
Yeah.
I'll say that. And there are children upstairs. But yeah, once they banished him to Hawaii, and then he was like kind of fired, but kind of not,
Yeah.
Like you can't fire him. I mean, he's Sakaguchi, but...
Yeah. The hellscape of Hawaii. It was where he was sent to live out the rest of his days.
Damn, and he's still living there. It must have been awful.
Yeah. What a place to go though. Like fine, you don't want me here, I'll go to Hawaii.
I mean, to be fair, like food costs a lot because everything has to be transported in, and you can't really leave. You're kind of stuck in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's truly the exiled lands of America.
That's right. All right. So let's get into development, shall we? Final Fantasy XVI was released on June 22nd, 2023 for the PlayStation 5 as a timed exclusive. The assumption is that it will probably come out on PC, maybe Xbox, maybe Switch. I don't know if it can, but that's kind of like the assumption right now. But I don't think anybody's actually made any official statements as to where or when it'll show up on other platforms. It was created by, and you'll get the logo every time you play it, Square Creative Business Unit 3.
Yeah.
The catchy title.
Yeah. Super. It just rolls off the tongue, It's like guessing someone's middle name correctly because it flows so well.
Yes. So, this makes it their biggest, and I think only probably single player project that I was able to find. So we have talked about this in the past. So Square's these four consolidated creative business units, in which Unit 3 is obviously Unit 3, it replaced the old system of development divisions in 2019. So we've talked about those old development teams. One was like the Kitase team, one was like the Ito team, and they had like a bunch of them. So the main Final Fantasy games, Kingdom Hearts, and the Saga games are under the development currently of Unit 1, which is led by Yoshinori Kitase, who was the director, if you guys don't know, of Final Fantasy X. And a co-director of 7, and I believe... Oh, and 8. He directed 8 as well. Unit 3, however, is a consolidation of the teams that were usually focused on the MMORPGs pre-2019, which is when this switch occurred. And that unit is led by Naoki Yoshida, who is the producer and the director of Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, so he basically saved the company, and so now he gets to produce his own Final Fantasy game.
So now he's like one of the 4 head dudes of the creative departments. So this game, however, was not directed by him. We're going to bring him up a lot because his fingers are definitely in this pie. But it was actually directed by Hiroshi Takai. And he was the lead director, and then the creative director was Kazutoyo Meihiro. Sorry about the names already.
So they're from Japan. So
Hiroshi Takai has worked in various creative positions in Square Enix, holding assistant director posts for a few of the 14 expansions. But the last Square game he helmed as director was actually 2009's The Last Remnant, which was like the Xbox only RPG from Square that I thought, when I saw the trailers in like, I don't know, 2008 or something like that, I thought it looked pretty sweet. Like it looked like FF12 almost.
Yeah, I thought so too, but I've never played it. So,
Mai Hiro, who's never actually directed a game, but has been a writer, battle system designer, and quest plan designer for many of the Eve Elise games and Final Fantasy XIV. He was the one credited as head writer for Final Fantasy XVI. So if you like the story of 16, the guy who that kind of all funneled through was Mai Hiro. It was produced by Naoki Yoshida, who you already said it, but Square's current golden boy, who after a long career outside of Square joined during the making of Dragon Quest X, and then quickly rose up the ranks and was eventually signed by Square to study Western MMOs to kind of help figure out what was wrong with 14 and how to fix it. In 2010, the company president, liking his ideas and taking notes of his leadership skills, put him in charge of the then crumbling Final Fantasy XIV. And he did set out to try to fix it and eventually came up with the idea, or someone came up with the idea, but he was ahead of it, of eventually scrapping the game completely and rebranding it as A Realm Reborn. And turning what was possibly Square's biggest gaming failure into its biggest moneymaker currently. The lead game designer was Mitsutoshi Gondai, who worked on 14, and Ryota Suzuki. So Gondai has worked a lot of lead staff positions for 14 for many years. That's kind of his main credits when I was looking. And then Suzuki was a lot of stink has been made about him. He was the guy who was brought in to craft the battle system. And he, of course, has achieved a lot of success for his works on the newer Devil May Cry games and the Monster Hunter games. And he has actually referred to the battle system in FF16 as his masterpiece.
Oh, nice.
The lead programmer was Yusuke Hashimoto, who previously worked on many huge titles, not Square titles. Like a lot of these guys who were brought in with the Suzuki team, I think. This guy has worked on Street Fighter 6, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Resident Evil 4, and was actually the director of Star Fox Zero and Bayonetta 2. And he's the lead programmer for this game. The lead artists, Hiroshi Minagawa and Kazuya Takahashi, also co-director and writer. Hiroshi Minagawa was one of the co-directors of Final Fantasy XII and has worked as art supervisor for a couple of expansions of 14, along with a million other varied positions in the Eve Elise and Tactics Ogre series. So if you're looking about like, why does this feel like a Final Fantasy 12-ish? It's because he's the lead artist for it. And then the lead composer, this is kind of the last of like the main people in charge here. This is Masayoshi Soken.
Yeah.
He is, of course, best known for his beloved work by many people on the Final Fantasy XIV expansions and the classic Mario Hoops 3-on-3.
Are you fucking kidding me? He was like,
No, we talked about it when we reviewed that game.
no, I must have forgot that. Also known for Mario Hoops 3-on-3.
He doesn't have that many. Well, he does have like a lot of like indie game credits, like smaller credits, games I don't know.
Yeah.
But as far as like things I've heard of,
He's really
14 and 3-on-3.
He's really soaking in Yoshida's success is what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, soaking in it. So, planning for this game began in 2015 after the release of Heaven's Word, with Yoshida being approached by Square's CEO to head the next main Final Fantasy game, as the staff that would normally be doing so were busy with Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's why 16 was developed by this team.
Ah, I see.
There you go. 15 was actually headed by another Square team that is now part of Unit 2. While balancing out his work on 14, he got to work getting his A team together, basically, like the main staff, the writer, the directors, to plan a dark Final Fantasy with a cross-cultural appeal, and eventually decided not to direct the game himself due to the needs of him on Final Fantasy 14. So he obviously put the other guys kind of in charge. But I mean, like, look, if you played 14 and then you played this game, you know
the truth.
I would have to play Last Remnant to really be able to tell if like the lead director actually had a single bit of creative input in this game. But
yeah,
who knows? I don't know. Like, if you've ever heard the stories of like the making of the Poltergeist. It was like the first time like Steven Spielberg produced a movie for another director. And the director, I believe it's the director for years, has been like, yeah, that is barely my movie. It's like Steven Spielberg was over his shoulders so much that it was almost like it was like a Spielberg movie. And I always wonder, it's like, when I'm looking at these games, like, if it's similar to movie making, which is really the only thing I can reference, and of course, like games produced in Japan it's gonna be a different cultural system than it will be even here in the West. So I don't know. Only people who are in that industry would probably know exactly how it works. But it's like, is it the same as it is here, where the producer is just making sure the product will be made on time, and then is also like a liaison for the director and is basically like protecting them from the money, like the executive producers and all that. I don't know, or are they a much bigger creative role? Which, if it's Yoshida, I feel it's like,
oh, we can smell it.
Yeah, we can smell it.
It's like when you put the controller down, you got that like oily slick on your hands. You like bring it up to your nose, and you're like,
yeah,
it smells like.
I should have washed my hands after eating the Cheetos before touching the controller again.
Yeah. It's like I could smell that 14 on here.
So initial production began in 2016. With many of the key 14 staff, including the director Takai, leaving 14 to work full bore on 16. In addition, staff from the Kingdom Hearts team and staff borrowed from the producing partner Platinum Games, which I believe is the Bayonetta people, right? Yeah. They were brought in to work on the project as well. So remember, in 2015, they just got together. They were just planning the game, and then in 2016, they actually started development of it. With the release of 15 coming out, they decided to take the major criticisms into account when making 16, and therefore leading to them having the decision of deciding against an open world experience, which is what 15 kind of aimed for. And they decided to create, they were aiming at creating a satisfying and complete narrative with no planned DLC. I don't know why they needed 15 to be released for them to realize that that's what they should do, but apparently that's what they said. Yeah. They also purposefully avoided anime tropes and storylines revolving around teenagers. Like the other Final Fantasy games, or most of the other Final Fantasy games. In fact, seeing Game of Thrones as the most popular fantasy property that was existing during development, Yoshida made the entire staff watch the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones for inspiration.
Oh, wow.
You can't tell.
Yeah, there's no evidence of that at all.
No. No, not at all. Concerning the combat, Yoshida considered the division of gamers basically that wanted the old style Final Fantasy battle system and those that wanted more action-based combat, what we're mostly used to in RPGs now. And in an effort not to lose sales or to create a, quote, half-baked compromise, he hired Capcom's Suzuki to go full bore into the action combat. And 16 would, according to Yoshida, be the first FF game with absolutely no turn-based or command-based elements. Constantly tweaking the battle system apparently took forever and frustrated Square's upper management, by the way. So I'm sure they brought in the Capcom guy and he was like, no, it must be perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, they decided to go full bore with the action combat. And
yeah, I mean, the series is always evolving, right? So I feel like this is a natural kind of forward momentum from 15. Like 15, they
15
wanted
was
it.
pretty action. Like,
Yeah. I mean, this one's definitely got a lot more, though.
Yeah.
And like it's, I don't know, like 15's fun and all, but there's a lot of, there's not really any timing finesse at all in 15. Like
It's slash.
yeah, it's just mash
Dodge,
button.
slash.
And then to parry, you have like 8 seconds to press the circle button or whatever. So if
I
you don't,
need
you're
that.
like,
I don't know about you. I need that.
yeah, I mean, I sucked at it when I first played it, but it's because I was thinking it was, oh, you need to block now. Press it right now. But now it's like, you can block now or in 3 seconds. So this one's definitely a lot more like active and quick. So I do think it's a natural progression. 7 Remake I would throw into the mix too. I guess that's kind of a main line.
That's
in
a
way.
mix.
But that one's, I
7
think that
Remake,
one's
yeah.
definitely more RPG than this game. This game is just an action game. With Final Fantasy titles slapped on it.
Concerning, I'm sorry, My Hero, who was the creative director, was brought in after his writing work on Heaven's Word. So he was actually
Is that why he's your
one
hero?
of the main writers for Final Fantasy XIV's expansion until after Heaven's Word.
Oh.
Which, maybe there's a division line there. I don't know. I feel like 14 just has gotten longer and longer in the face since Heaven's Word.
Yeah.
So, maybe it was a lot of him. I don't know.
Yeah, so he is truly your hero. That's what it sounds like you say every time you say his name. My hero.
My
hero.
My hero. I don't know where the stress is on those syllables, but
I don't either.
I'm just going for it.
He's my hero because Heaven's Word was good.
Dude,
damn it!
It took me like 5 minutes to figure out what the hell you were saying. I was like, my hero. Like,
yeah.
I guess like the story's better than the 14 expansions after he left. So yeah. I guess he's my hero. Anyway, My Hero initially took a lot of inspiration from a Game of Thrones. No doubt. And then worked in elements from Attack on Titan, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Godzilla, and Ultraman to make it different enough to be not a complete ripoff.
But
That was like in the interviews, dude.
Oh, wow. It's
They were
funny.
like, yeah, we were taking, it was too much Game of Thrones, so we had to like throw in some other shit.
Yeah, so we had to take Godzilla and just completely steal his design and just put horns on him.
Yeah, put horns on Godzilla.
Yeah. And then later we put wings on him too.
Oddly enough, he actually worked a lot with the translator that we know and despise now. That we know from the 14 games. Koji Fox.
He sounds like a Metal Gear Solid character.
He
But
does, doesn't he? In the writing of the game, and the game was basically written in Japanese and English simultaneously.
Oh, wow.
That is new. What Koji Fox's contributions are not clear from what I was able to find, but he seemed to work a lot with the lore of the game and the active time lore system.
Oh, the most sadistic term ever made.
Might have been his idea.
He's evil. When I saw that, I was like, oh no, this is like, this is evil here. This is like 14 steroids. Or like, you remember all the lore that 14 had, right? Well, are you prepared for active time lore? You're like, oh, that term. It just.
Do you want to stop the narrative completely?
Yeah.
And if you second guess yourself once, you're going to pause that screen and look because you're such a bitch
Yeah.
about remembering things.
Active time lore. That's a sadist term.
You're saying it's a sadist thing, but honestly, I'm glad it was there. Fuck.
God, it's like that and Creative Business Unit 3 are the like most eyebrow raising things in this whole game. Active time, what?
Well, at least, Koji Fox has never been one for efficiency in language.
Yeah, I mean,
Never
I know
once.
I can definitely guarantee that what's the goddess in this land? It's like a girl name. It's something. Because there's a part where Mid says something's gash, and I'm like, okay, that's definitely Koji Fox's writing.
Something's gash.
Yeah, like it's like the female goddess.
I don't remember.
It's something's gash. She yells out in a fight, and I'm like, okay, that's clearly him. He's like, oh, those balls. And it's like, yeah, it's super funny.
I can't remember what. I know what you're talking about too.
The name is like it's
Okay.
not. It's just off of
Whatever.
out of reach.
So
contribution.
that might have been his idea based on how he was talking about it in an interview I found.
Grieger's gash.
Grieger's gash.
Yeah, that fucking A, man.
So unlike in 14, according to Koji Fox, because they were like asking him, hey, what's the difference between translating for this game and translating for that game? And he goes, well, in this game, the dialogue in the game is supposed to be more to the point. And then it's supposed to also tell you less and imply more. Which I put down, so it's supposed to be better written? Better
Yeah.
than 14?
Yeah.
You mean not being on the nose and getting to the point?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Can someone please tell the 14 staff that this means like good game and then that one means bad writing at least?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, it's like they wanted Game of Thrones not for 14. So 14 is like the middle of, I would say 14 is akin to the Wheel of Time. Except for the ending of 14, I don't really like that much either. Whereas the Wheel of Time's ending is really good. But the middle part is just like, there's like four huge books of just nothing.
Yeah.
Like, it's just seriously a waste of time. It's like a bunch of the chicks planning a bunch of things that just gets completely unraveled in like 2 seconds. Like they put this huge plan together and like, yeah, let's do it. And then it just explodes. It's like the most demoralizing thing, but it's super satisfying because I was bored out of my mind. So 14 is more, it's more like Wheel of Time, and they made 16 more like Game of Thrones.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I've not read Game of Thrones. I've only watched the show. Yeah. So I have no comment. But visually, they also use the Game of Thrones influence lean, and they used it almost like an excuse to lean into the early roots of the Final Fantasy series and went with like a medieval European aesthetic. And they reworked the look of the game so as more to follow like the mature storyline that they were going for. However, Minagawa states, before working on Final Fantasy XIV, I worked on. Before working on Final Fantasy XVI, I worked on Final Fantasy XIV as well as the art direction for Final Fantasy XII. I would say that style or the general direction for the graphics was quite similar for all those games, is what he says. What I've done with 16 is really more of an extension of the same style I was working with before. Yoshida, in referencing like the art style for this game, like the realistic down to earthness of it, he joked that fundamentally the hardest thing to make work visually in the game was the Moogle.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah. Sometimes like when you're playing, I don't know, I think it was 15 where the or it was 13 where the Moogle like stood out and being like, what the hell is that thing in this world?
Yeah, 13. It looks
It
weird.
was 13-2. Oh, that's when the stuff popped up and it's like, this does not match.
Yeah, 15, they were just those hideous dolls that you would throw. But honest to God, I think I used one like in a DLC, like 120 hours into 15. Like I was like, oh yeah, the Moogle's in here. It's a distraction.
So thanks to COVID, the staff had to work at home and push the game 6 months behind their initial schedule. But by late 2020, the staff ballooned to its full size and was now in full-scale production. In September 2020, the game was announced with a lackluster trailer at the PS5 showcase.
Yeah.
And was released just last month when we're recording this, to generally positive reviews from critics and fans. It sold over 3 million copies during its first week of its release. Some people have stated the game is so different in so many ways that it's not really a Final Fantasy anymore. And to that criticism, Yoshida states, and I quote, "This is something that Sakaguchi-san, the father of Final Fantasy, and Kitase-san, Final Fantasy's brand manager, have both said to me. Final Fantasy is whatever the director making the latest installment thinks is the best game, the best story at the time. They create a game with those points in mind, then it's a Final Fantasy. So there's no need to feel constrained by what's come before. Since they'd said that to me, I didn't really feel like this was a particular challenge. Of course, we hesitated and mulled things over, but I wouldn't say it was challenging. Once we had decided on something, then that was all that mattered."
Yeah, you know what that really sounds like to me? He came to Kitase and he's like, "Hey, this doesn't seem like a Final Fantasy to me." And he's like, "It's a Final Fantasy if I fucking say it's a Final Fantasy now. Get the fuck back in your office."
You're going to put 16 on that thing. We're going to sell it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the fans will kill us.
Yeah. It's a Final Fantasy because I fucking said so. All right?
So yeah, that's what I found on the development of the game. Unusually dramaless.
Yeah.
I know there was a delay for COVID, but everything was delayed from COVID.
Yeah. Your kids, your fucking everything. Your Final Fantasies.
So anyway, let's get into story, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. The world is Valisthea, a human-filled world where mother crystals, which are giant crystals coming out of the ground, bless the world with magic. There are people that can channel the magic without using a crystal, and they are called bearers. And there are a handful of people that can use magic and turn into giant monsters, and they're called icons. And they are called bearers, excuse me. The icons are the creatures that they turn into. There are 6 kingdoms in Westeros. Valisthea. And most have an icon that is associated with them. Now, they say it's the planet, but somehow the one guy whose name is escaping me right now, he came from a southern land far away. So I don't know. It could just be a continent. Something tells me it might just be a continent, but I don't know. We'll find out when they give this game 16-2.
Yeah.
What really happened. By the way, this is full spoilers. The Grand Duchy of Rosaria is their icon is the Phoenix. And the Holy Empire of Sambrek, their icon is Bahamut. The Dalmekian Republic, their icon is Titan. The Kingdom of Walud, their icon is Odin. And the Iron Kingdom, they execute any dominance born within their kingdom. And then the Crystalline Dominion, which is an autonomous kingdom governed by a council of representatives from various realms, ensure equal access to the blessing of the coveted Mother Crystal, aka which are the magic stone mines. I don't think they have an icon that's necessarily like with them. Like there's a bunch of drama about all 6 of these places, and you'll visit all 6 in the game. The story follows Clive Rossfield. I don't know if I love the name Clive in this universe. I'm still kind of like a little hesitant about it. Like it just doesn't sound right, but whatever.
Yeah.
The story follows Clive Rossfield, the eldest son of Rosaria's ruling family, overlooked as the heir to the throne when his younger and sickly brother Joshua is chosen as the dominant of the Phoenix. Now, they're just born with it, basically, and the magic power is passed down. It's not like a person gave it to him.
Yeah, it's like, in Game of Thrones where they talk about the dragon. And how Dany's older brother wasn't the dragon, but she is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
It's kind of like that.
It's kind of like exactly like that, actually.
With Clive, so he's been passed over, but he's still serving as his younger brother's guardian, and he is blessed by the Phoenix, so he can have some magic powers. And the title that they give him is the first shield of Rosaria. So one night, while together with their father, Duke Elwyn, they venture to the Phoenix Gate, where they fall into an ambush by Sanbrequi soldiers. Tragically, the Duke's death triggers Joshua's transformation into the destructive Phoenix. So, suddenly there's a kaiju, and it's the Phoenix. And this is kind of the messiest part of the game, I think, like cutscene-wise, story-wise, and it's because they're trying to pull a trick on you, which doesn't quite work at all.
I think it's pretty obvious what happens.
And it's also the reason why they were using this scene as like the scene to anchor all the trailers. And that's why the trailers were so fucking like all over the place and it made no sense, because the scene is directed with... I don't know. It's messy. It's messy. Anyway, that's my opinion bleeding in there. But in an attempt to reach his brother, who's now a giant bird and on fire,
very alarming.
Clive encounters a mysterious figure, and then shortly after, an icon named Ifrit emerges, and Clive believes that it basically destroys the Phoenix. So that scene's like super messy, and you're like, what really happened there? I can't tell. The camera's in not very convenient spots to be able to tell you what's going on with the game. Turns out, of course, it's on purpose.
Yeah.
We find out later that Clive's mother,
Cersei,
I'm sorry, Annabella, who disapproves of Clive's lack of blessing, has betrayed Rosaria to protect her bloodline. Consequently, Clive is enslaved as a magical soldier in Sanbrequi's army for 13 years, and now has a face tattoo to prove it. So what was confusing immediately, first, the cutscene was confusing. I was like, I don't get what happened there. There was a thing, and then there was Ifrit, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure Clive turned into Ifrit, but I'm not sure if Clive turned into Ifrit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they wanted to do, but it was still kind of messy.
It was so messy that when they cut to Clive 13 years later, I wasn't sure if it was the same character or not. Yeah. They also didn't call him Clive.
Yeah, he's got like 9 names. He's like a Russian literature character in this fucking game. He's got like 8 names.
I can't follow all the, like, I'm literally like, you've confused me so much. I'm like I have to pull up the active time lore in order to make sure that, am I actually on track here?
Yeah.
Insane that's actually a part of this thing. Is like you could pause a cutscene, guys, and you can find active time lore.
Yeah.
And active time lore will take anything any major thing that's going on in the cutscene, and you're able to like look at the Wikipedia article on like who that is, where that is, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then if that's not enough for you, there's another guy who has even more lore. And I opened that up once and I was like, I'm not fucking talking to this old man ever again.
So during a mission to assassinate the dominant of the Iron Kingdom, whom they discover to be an enslaved Jill. Remember, the dominance, or the Iron Kingdom doesn't like dominance or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're just using the dominant for their
They
own
just
means.
want her to cool their beer.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
They discover to be the enslaved Jill, who is Shiva.
They brought her to the KFC/A&W, and they get her to give the frosty mugs out.
Anyway, Clive knows Jill because we saw her earlier, and she's way more recognizable than Clive was 13 years later for some reason. So Jill was actually a ward of Rosaria and was raised to be basically a sister to Clive and Joshua. And then he runs out, to free her. And then a rebel named Sid, who is, of course, played by that one dude from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Comes to their aid, takes them to his hideout, and decides to join Clive in a quest to find Ifrit's dominant, which Clive, of course, thinks killed his younger brother.
Yeah. Another jarring thing for me was him voicing Sid. Like, his voice to me does not match his face. Does not match the face. Like, what is he going to sound like when he's 20 years older?
You said that, but I was kind of, after like the first 5 seconds, I just kind of like bought into it.
Yeah. I don't know. It was too weird. Maybe it's just because I know the voice actor, but I don't know.
The Dominant of Fire, remember, that's the other Dominant of Fire, right? That must be the guy who's Ifrit, is a hooded man. Of course, the director does not show us who this hooded man is for a very long time.
But I was pretty sure.
No.
Yeah.
I was like, why are you even hiding this? Anyway, the hooded man, who the characters assume is Ifrit, is being held prisoner by the Dominant of Garuda, who is named Benedicta, who works for the Kingdom of Waloed towards political control. If you haven't played the game, I'm sure you're lost. Her ex-lover Sid, who, again, like, everybody is connected somehow, and that's what makes this game That's why you have to pull up the lore thing and be like, who are they talking about? What is this?
Everybody's connected by being Eskimo brothers to Sid.
That's true.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
That's 100% true.
Like, Sid fucked my girlfriend.
Benedicta has
I'm never gonna
fucked every man in power for every kingdom that exists.
Yeah.
Except for the gay guy.
Yeah.
So her ex-lover Sid refuses to aid in her campaign for Waloed, and Clive is forced to fight her with Sid, who Sid, of course, is another dominant of Ramu. When she is defeated, Clive mysteriously gains the power of her icon, Garuda. This makes Benedicta, when she believes she's lost the power, makes her go crazy. And when she is attacked by bandits, like a little later, Benedicta transforms into Garuda for the final time. And Clive, losing all control to like a mysterious force within himself, finds himself turning into, guess what? I mean, you couldn't have called it from 12 miles away.
Yeah.
Ifrit. And he ends up killing her.
Yeah, which is kind of a big deal because there's supposed to only be one icon per element, pretty much. So the fact that there's two fire ones was already kind of an anomaly.
Yeah.
And they didn't know about it in their kingdom either. They only thought there was the Phoenix.
So what would have made this more effective is if we just didn't see Clive in the Phoenix Ifrit battle. Like, he was going after his brother and then, like, I don't know, passed out. I don't know, or cut away. And then suddenly there was Ifrit. And then, like, I don't know. But it made it too clear that it was probably Clive turning into Ifrit for like, the twist to work.
Yeah, I was pretty convinced that's what it was, like, right away, So
yeah,
it wasn't. They didn't do the best job of it.
So now Clive knows that he was responsible for Joshua's death and must find something else to live for now that revenge is basically out of the question. And in a very FF4-like sequence, Clive must defeat the Ifrit inside himself to accept who he is.
Yeah.
So, together with Jill, Clive witnesses the oppressive rule imposed on bearers and their supporters in occupied Rosaria, prompting them to join Sid on a mission to destroy the Mother Crystals. So they've changed their plan now. They're going to destroy the Mother Crystals. Why? The Mother Crystals drain ether from the land, which is causing, I don't know, soul, like the land's, I don't know. Ether is a weird one. It's like, I don't know, which is causing the blight. So the blight is I don't know how many times have we come across this in a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
Something similar to the blight. It's an ever-growing slow sickness upon the land, killing all the plants and scorching the earth.
Yeah, this is the other part that's Wheel of Time. It's the blight coming down.
I mean, literally called the blight.
Yeah.
So the Emperor of Sambrek decides to move to take over the Crystalline Dominion. And Cid, Clive, and Jill use this distraction of like war to infiltrate the crystal at Sambrek's capital, excuse me. When they infiltrate the crystal's mines, they find themselves under attack from some White Walkers.
Yeah.
I mean Akashic, of course, who are zombie-like people that have been exposed to far too much ether. Or
how could you possibly confuse those for each other?
Like they're exposed to the crystal's power too much. So around here, the game sets up the stakes for the magic users. I don't know, 10 hours, 12 hours into this game. So this is what it is. If you use too much magic, you turn to stone. Similarly, if you're a dominant that like summons too much, you get sick and also turn to stone. If you're a normal person and you're around too much ether, you turn into a White Walker or an Akashic. So like magic, although super useful, if you use too much of it, it screws you up.
Yeah, also similar to Wheel of Time, where they can burn themselves out. Although don't be confused by the trash Amazon series where there's a scene in one of the last episodes, this awful, awful TV show.
I refuse to watch it.
Okay, the first episode is definitely at least the second or first worst out of the whole season. And then the last one's pretty bad. But in the last one, there's a scene where they're fighting back a big horde, and one of the girls like uses too much magic and she like burns to a crisp. And I'm like, everything is literal to these guys. They're like, oh, they burned out. It's like, no, that just means they're like sterile. They can't use magic. That doesn't mean they cook. That doesn't mean they're deep fried. Like, fuck. Maybe on the inside, but like literally they burn. And this one, they just turned to stone. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe some of them are like it's like our Zoom, right? What we bitch about. It's you got one that's a AA, right? So maybe some of them are like
that's our digital recorder.
Some of them, yeah. Some of the digital recorder magic users are like one AA. They'll last you a pretty long while, and then some of them are two AAAs, and they'll go fast. So who knows what the expiration date is on these people?
Yeah.
Also, to me, it felt kind of weird that they enslaved the people who could use magic. It's like. I don't think so. If you use
magic and you could fucking obliterate people, like, would you really be?
Yeah, like, how did this happen? You know what I mean? Like, how did you lose to these normal?
There must be, like, so few of them. And they probably have differences in, like, how much power they have and stuff like that. Maybe there aren't that many that are, like, super powerful. Or anything.
Yeah, maybe. There's got to be something that allowed this to happen. It's like, otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know.
So as they work to destroy the Mother Crystal in Sambrek, they come face to face with one of the many Ultimas, Final Fantasy Ultimas in this game. So Ultima is like this blue dude who talks like HAL 9000.
Yeah.
Ultima, we will learn, is either part of a group or is the leader of a group of beings which are all of one mind that shapeshift and possess people for their own gains. Ultima wants to use Clive as some sort of tool, but Clive resists because he's like, what the hell is that? No.
Yeah. Clive resists by doing exactly what he wants, just like FF13.
But Cid tries to kind of stop it from happening. Cid dies. Because like Ultima's trying to take control of him. Cid dies. Clive takes Ramuh's power from Cid, and then vows to carry on Cid's work to destroy all the rest of the crystals. Saving the day, we soon find out that the hooded dominant of fire was in fact the very much alive. you could not have guessed this from 12 miles away.
Yeah.
Also, the very much alive Joshua, who survived the attack by Ifrit. Of course.
So literally no one died that day except for
no one died that day. Except for no reason to see the scene at all.
Yeah, except for the Lord Commander who just got melted completely.
The dad.
And the dad.
So Joshua finally stops Ultima from possessing Clive, seemingly taking at least one version of Ultima into his body and stealing him away. Because, like, you think that he, like, held Ultima within him, like, when the game moves forward in time, and then Ultima's still there in other parts, and so it's a little confusing.
Yeah, it's like an Ultima Horcrux almost, is kind of what it...
Yeah, like Voldemort's multiple soul thing, or basically like it could be like there's a queen ant and then there's a bunch of ants and then the ants all do like they just do what the queen wants.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. So when this happens, Hugo or Titan is the dominant. Has received a message through an unfortunate package, which I don't know. I think it's her head, but I'm not sure. Probably sent by Ultima, that the woman he loved, Benedicta, apparently on a mission to fuck every dominant, is what I wrote.
Yeah.
Was killed by Sid. So he has Sid's hideaway completely destroyed. Then the game cuts forward in time. Many years. I don't know. It was like 3-5 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And Clive is now taking on another name. I can't remember the first name that he took on. That made me super confused about, like, is that the same character? I'm not sure.
It was Wyvern is what they were calling.
It was a Wyvern.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he goes from Clive to Wyvern.
Clive
to Clive.
To Wyvern to Clive to Sid. Yeah, there
to Clive to Sid again.
So yeah, he's taking on the name Sid, and he is the new leader of the Hideaway. So he's taken on Sid in spirit and also in name to most people. And Clive is working to free the bearers that his mother, the new Empress of Sambrek, has commanded her whitecoats, I mean Black Knights, to kill any bearers they find. On one of these missions, Clive finds his uncle Byron. And after a bizarre theatrical performance by the fireplace, one of the most uncomfortable things I've seen in my life. Like, I don't know how would I would describe that scene without you saying it. It's insane. They're basically like one person does like one part of a weird Shakespearean performance and the other guy's like doing a call and response thing. It's so weird. It's so awkward. It's like, oh yeah, I do that with my uncles. I love doing plays with my uncles.
Yeah.
His uncle, Byron, does end up joining the fight and offers him some money and resources. So he's like a rich lord with like no powers, basically. And I mean that like politically.
Yeah, he's basically the same exact character as like Ash's uncle in Final Fantasy XII, who you go visit for a little while, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'll load you up." Uncle I've never seen or haven't seen for a long time.
So the growing war between Sambrek and Dhalmekia present an opportunity for Clive to, of course, destroy the next crystal, the Iron Kingdom's mother crystal. Jill, who was enslaved by the Iron Kingdom, makes their infiltration of the crystal personal. She kills the cult leader, which is like a crystal worshipping dude, who made her do, quote, unspeakable things with her powers before they actually destroy the crystal. Which is like, I don't know, it almost feels like that section of the game was like Jill's section of the game. She's like, she meets some people that she was enslaved with, I guess, and then she's like, you got to get out of here. We're going to fucking murder people. Yeah. And all that.
This place is going down.
So with Sambrek and the Dhalmekian Republic under the likely threat of mutually assured destruction between Titan and Bahamut. Titan, of course, is Hugo. And then Bahamut, whose dominant is this young, gay, hated prince of Sambrek, Dion. Hugo strikes a deal with Annabella, which is Clive's mom, Sambrek, new empress, Dion's stepmother, who, of course, doesn't like Dion. And they're going to stop the bloodshed, and Hugo, in return, will have the opportunity to kill Sid, a.k.a. Clive. So Hugo sets up Clive and captures both Jill and Clive. Luckily, Gav breaks Clive out of his cell, and just as Jill is about to be executed, Torgal, suddenly becomes a magic dog and saves Jill from fate. So Gav, it was like Sid's right-hand man, now is Clive's right-hand man.
Yeah. Since Clive is Sid, of course.
And then Torgal is Clive's trusty dog. What's another good name for a dog to have your hero have?
Ghost.
Ghost, yeah.
It's Ghost. One. He's a dog from the northern lands, and why is he this far south? They literally said that in there. I'm like, because it's Game of Thrones. That's why. That's why he's this far south. So, because he's got to be.
So Torgal, of course, at the last moment, suddenly becomes a magic dog and saves Jill. Turns out Torgal's a descendant of the frost wolves.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And is some kind of protector of Shiva, according to legend. That's what the old guy tells you anyway.
Yeah, that's what the lore master, the sadist, the true sadist in this game.
So Clive tries to kill Hugo, but right after chopping off his hands, Hugo is whisked away by a mysterious figure. I wonder if it could be Ultima. So back at the hideaway, Clive finds out that Hugo was taken in by the kingdom of Waloed, and Hugo is basically growing more and more mad as he's manipulated by Ultima in the form of Benedicta sometimes, and then Ultima lures Clive in to destroy Hugo and take his powers when Clive has set out to destroy the Dalmekian crystal. It's a big boss fight. Hugo eats like more crystals to become more powerful. It's like crazy. But Ifrit is, of course, greater than Titan. And Ultima tells Clive, whom he calls Mythos, that he must serve his purpose once again. So the pattern this game finally sets up, if you haven't figured it out, is like they go to stop a crystal. They're confronted by the next dominant. He gets their powers. Then you play a bunch of side quests, and then then the narrative continues.
Yeah, the narrative derails completely. You side quest. You even side quest in your main quests, and then you go back to doing things again.
Yeah, but that was a crazy boss fight.
Yeah, I was kind of out of it for that fight, so I don't.
You were kind of out of it.
Yeah, a little bit.
It was like 2 hours long. How could you have gotten bored?
I mean, I wasn't like. I'm not saying I was bored. I'm saying I was elsewhere. Mentally.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, I took some substances and they made it to where like I could do it. I did the fight, but I don't really remember the fight. Like I remember thinking like, wow, this is like Bayonetta. I'm running up this giant thing. There's crazy Japanese rock playing in the background. I'm like, sure wish I could remember this like, for more than 2 seconds.
Okay.
I really don't remember the fight. Like it seems sweet.
I'll have to talk to you about that later.
Yeah, let me know how it was.
No, it's like it was big, epic. Although I remember people in the forums being like, hey, I tried to just do this for like 30 minutes. I didn't realize I'd be in this fight for as long as I was.
It was a long time.
It's a long fight. And it like sets up the pattern. You get at least 2 more of these like huge, like show-stopping spectacle fights. And this is kind of like the midpoint of the story is kind of where I would place this. So meanwhile in Sembrek, Dion, who's Bahamut, is passed up for emperor, for the next emperor, by his younger brother. And Joshua turns up and tells Dion that Ultima is the one influencing his father, causing all his problems. Joshua is like behind the scenes with his really cute guardian, like just, I don't know, hiding and telling people things like this. It's bizarre. I don't know what Joshua has been doing for all these years. Joshua's
definitely the what's that character from Game of Thrones? The one who sees everything. Bran. He's definitely Bran Stark. You think he's going to be really useful, but he kind of...
You keep on mentioning Game of Thrones.
He kind of isn't all that useful. Yeah. He's just doing a lot of stuff, but nothing ever gets done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's an odd person. He's always busy, but nothing ever comes of it.
He's sickly too.
Yeah, he's sickly.
Yeah, so like...
Yeah.
You could have your legs not work, or you could like have a cough.
Coughing up blood
All the time. I don't know. And then later, back at the hideaway, Sid's daughter Mid is working to make a ship with mithril engines, and you're forced to do a bunch of lame fetch quests to help make it.
Yeah, just for her to pussy out. And like, look, super bullshit move. I'm going to say this right now from Mid in this game. Because she basically, like, we're about to build an airship, and she pussies out because she's like, oh, I don't want it to be used for war and destruction. And like, literally 3 days later, I watched the movie Oppenheimer, and I'm like, okay, if they would have did the same thing, we would have been fucked. Like, if we would have done the same thing that Mid just did, totally annihilated. You know what I mean? Because everyone's trying to get this shit. You're just like, oh, I just can't. It'll cause too much havoc. Like, fuck that, man. You got to get it first. That's the mutually assured destruction. Is if everybody has it, we're good. But if you just throw it away and then other people get it, now you're fucked. Like, I thought that was super dumb. Like, oh, it'll be used for fighting. I don't want an airship. And I'm like, man, fuck you. I want my airship. Put that thing together. I don't want to fast travel. I want a ship. No ship in this whole game.
It's there.
Yeah.
The next crystal that's on the list is that of the crystalline Dominion. And Clive is smuggled in through a merchant trade route by a giant idiot named Gertz. Or Goats. Goats.
Yeah. And he's got an old man. He's got an old man, too.
I will tell you, I hate that character so deeply. I don't get it. Like,
he's not funny.
The creative choice that they put there, he's not. He's like the Jar Jar Binks of this movie. Only Jar Jar Binks is actually a better character than Gertz.
Yeah, like Clive's uncle is more funny than this guy.
Yeah.
And this guy's supposed to be
funny. Clive is more funny than this guy. Yeah. Jill, who doesn't say a word.
Yeah, she spends 80% of the story just doing glances.
Yeah, she just like, Clive talks to someone and Jill stands in the corner. That's Jill's job the entire game. This guy, she is funnier than Gertz.
Yeah.
This character is like, he's a cartoon. The person who did the voice acting on it just like
went hard.
They're way too hard. Like an adult man doesn't make those noises.
Yeah, except for just now.
Except for unless of course you're doing an impersonation of Gertz. Or Gus is what his name really should be.
Yeah.
Gus from Final Fantasy II. But at this time, Dion tries to save his father and his people from the influence of Ultima, but of course ends up somehow spearing the Emperor accidentally in his attempted coup. His younger brother and the heir to the throne, Oliver, I can't remember. It's Olivier, isn't it? Is clearly under the control of Ultima because his eyes shine blue.
Yeah.
Dion, who realized he just killed his dad, goes absolutely nuts. And then, of course, when dominants go nuts, they turn into their icons. And he turns into Bahamut. And a very destructive form of Bahamut that's now destroying the crystalline Dominion. Bahamut is like crazy powerful, and the newly reunited Clive and Joshua have to work together to take it down. And they even go into space to do it.
Yeah.
Which is very Godzilla-like. When they say they pulled in some Godzilla shit, I'm like, that sounds like early 1990s Godzilla stuff right there.
Just wait till the last fight. Definitely space.
When they return to Earth, Dion accidentally kills his little brother when he thinks he's spearing Ultima, of course. Ultima is just like, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. Now, this time you're going to kill Olivier. So he kills two of his family members in one night. Completely on accident. Oops. That's what happened there. And then we get the really dramatic scene. So Annabella, she freaks out, can't believe that her sons are both alive, and that her youngest son just died, and ends up killing herself with a knife. So that's probably like the biggest like dramatic like holy shit moment of the game.
See, I always thought the Olivier person was Ultima, like the whole Like, didn't even exist.
So Ultima was like, I'm not 100% sure on this, but it's like either Ultima is like possessing people and just like going in and out of like people, or like an Agent Smith, maybe, you know, or is like and is like or is just influencing these people, and when they're under
like
the influence of the people,
kinda.
they're Ultima. But then sometimes Ultima is also like a shapeshifter where the Benedicta's dead, so it's not like he's taking over Benedicta, right?
Yeah.
Ultima is just there, so it's not 100% clear, at least from what I saw.
They should have named her Benedict down.
Hey.
Yeah. You got an icon cock? I'll suck it.
So as the crystal crumbles, Ultima decides to cast a spell on the world that makes the sky go pink and and more aether to spill out of the ground, spreading the blight on the land and turning a lot of people into White Walkers or Akashic. So now you got to fight a bunch of Akashic threats all over the place before the narrative picks up again. And you learn all about these secret societies, some that protect the world, including the one that helped protect Joshua during his intervening years, personified by Yote or Yote. I'm reading it as Yote, but I think it's Yote.
Yeah, it's Yote.
Who gets my vote as Final Fantasy XVI's Ultima Hottie Award, personally. There's not that many to pick from in this game, but
really.
She's my favorite.
Yeah.
Some protecting history, some doing culty things with magic and bearers and blacksmiths and such. Big open side questy part of the game. You also learn that Waloed is using the Akashic for their own defense. So Waloed is controlled by Barnabas. He was the one who was talking, who couldn't remember, 30 minutes ago, who is Odin's dominant. Barnabas is willingly following Ultima's plan to turn Clive into the ultimate being or something, and lures Clive out when Clive and the others go to protect a city from Waloed forces. Barnabas has Clive fight his magical clone servant guy, Harbard, and then himself. He's incredibly fast and impossible to defeat, turns out. I literally thought I just lost the fight, and then there was a cutscene. I was like, oh, I guess not.
Yeah.
So Jill fends him off to let Clive escape and regroup, which means that Jill is of course captured by Barnabas and locked up on a ship. So Clive and the others take their new ship to go rescue her. Clive gets onto the enemy ship, and Barnabas, who of course shows up, takes them down to the bottom of the sea by literally splitting it in half like Moses when he's in the form of Odin, because Odin can split anything in half, apparently. Barnabas challenges and defeats Clive again. Barnabas ostensibly is trying to make Clive, Ultima's ultimate vessel, stronger by testing him. It's some weird like Bartantalus type shit from 13 where it's like, is Bartantalus fighting you? Because it seems like he wants you to do.
Yeah, it seems like Bartantalus is just a DPS check, you know? It's like, can you fight the next boss?
Yeah.
All right, you're good.
You have to defeat me or else you're not strong enough. That's such a
such a weird thing. Yeah.
It's such a weird. Yeah, no one does that. No one on the planet would ever.
Yeah.
Be like, once you defeat me, I will know that you are strong enough to defeat. And I see it in these Final Fantasy games all the time. It must be an anime trope, like it, or like a martial arts movie trope or something. But it's silly. Anyway, so Bartantalus leaves, and then the water, of course, comes crashing down. He didn't think like maybe I'll kill the ultimate being if I just leave here and have the ocean come down. He didn't care about that.
Yeah.
Jill, of course, freezes a path to safety. And then hours later, we find Clive and Jill have swam to safety alone on a beach. They're alone on a beach and very much naked and warming themselves by the fire. I will say that is what you do to prevent hypothermia. So fair enough to them. I don't know if Jill really needs it or Clive really needs it, because Jill is the ice dominant and then Clive is the fire dominant.
Yeah.
So I'm really could they really not be warmed up?
Yeah.
Like, did they really need this? Anyway. So they're having they're facing away from each other, and it's, it's like, ooh, will they, won't they? I literally thought they were a couple, and then I don't know, there was a point where I'm like, are they not a couple? The game is very
weird with their relationship.
Yeah,
it is.
So they both know that in order to defeat Barnabas, Clive will need more power. And what does that mean? It means that Jill has to let him take Shiva away from her, like he's done with the other icons.
Yeah.
They then kiss, finally, because your entire game, I thought they were in a relationship, and then I'm like, are they not? And then they finally kiss. And then they probably fuck because they're both naked already.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping for two things out of this scene, and I didn't get either of them, really. I wanted, when they started having sex, a bunch of steam to rise, because she's cold and he's supposed to be hot. Just like...
Yeah, that would have been nice. Yeah, and then it fades the...
Yeah.
Straight away, that would have been cheesy.
And shit, if you were inside, you could even rip off Titanic and have a little hand slide down the window, Yeah,
that would have been good.
There's either that or that's how he gets her power. He's got to get it. He's got to pull it out.
Even though we see it in the cutscene. He just has to think about getting her power and then put his hand in a certain spot. That's what I could tell. That's the motion that you make when you're stealing someone's power.
For hers, he should have had to put his dick in a certain spot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So the crew to the ship find them and take them to safety. And they do a little hug, thanks for the fuck.
You don't have to thank me.
Joshua finds out that Clive took Jill's icon and gets super pissed at him, saying that he won't let him take the Phoenix from him without a fight, basically. And then returning to Elude to destroy the crystal, Clive confronts Barnabas again and defeats him in another big, huge action set piece. Now that he's got the Shiva power. That was it. That's what you needed. You needed to switch your slots into the Shiva mode in order to take him on, apparently.
Yeah. Did you even use Shiva?
I did use Shiva.
I used it a little.
We can get to that in the gameplay when it comes to talking about that dragon who's the hardest fight in the entire game, and it's midway through the goddamn game. Yeah. So Barnabas basically says that that's what he wanted, and he gives him Odin to make Clive's powers complete. Afterward, in their attempt to destroy the crystal, an endless army of Akashic comes down upon our heroes and Dion, Bahamut, seeking redemption for the sins that he's committed.
Of murdering his entire family.
Basically, and his entire family, and having his stepmother commit suicide. Helps get Clive and the others out of harm's way, swooping down at the last minute to fend off the zombies. Unfortunately, Ultima stops their progress and teleports Clive and Joshua to a world between worlds to explain his plans to them.
Yeah.
And he's got this whole presentation set up. He's like, they're going to walk through here, and that's when the stones will move, and then I'll give them a little bit more to make it really mysterious, and then I'll move on, and then they'll have to come find me.
Yeah.
And some more stones will move.
He's the type of older person that uses a ton of effects in his PowerPoints. It's every slide has to here's the next one, and it shatters, and then the next one shows up, and you're like, oh my God. How long did you spend on this?
It's always funny to me. It's come on. Come on. Someone had to set this shit up.
Yeah.
This didn't just happen on accident.
Yeah. Such a Cameron thing to do, and then they're gonna walk through here, and then these are gonna lift up, and then it's gonna be oh yeah, this is my plan for this and this and this, and then this path is gonna appear from the middle. Yeah, it's just super focused, super and it'll be complete.
You see, Clive, since you've been rejecting me, I have constructed this PowerPoint presentation for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It screams of him. Not that I know who that is, but
so Ultima was part of an ancient, faraway world that discovered magic many eons ago. His world was also eventually covered by the Blight, and he and his few surviving quote-unquote brothers got on a ship and went to Valisthea. There they created the mother crystals to harness ether and humans they created humans in order to harness its power in an attempt to have the power to resurrect the rest of his kind, I guess. He was worshipped as the god of the humans, but annoyingly, people had a pesky thing called, and you can't guess what the theme of this game is. They had this pesky thing called free will.
Yeah.
Which made them impossible to control. Clive, now knowing that Ultima just wants humanity to serve him, Clive is able to refuse Ultima's attempts to control him once again, because he, of course, is another person who has free will.
Yeah, so now Clive has two new names, right? They call him Mythos. And they call him...
Clive, Wyvern, Sid, Mythos.
Clive, Wyvern, Sid, Mythos. And then what's that word that they use? That really cool word. Honestly, I don't remember what it is.
Don't know
it's
what
like the word for free will. It's like... what is that word?
I don't know.
That's another... He refers to him as that as well. It's like the word. It means the word.
Oh.
And it's like consciousness, right? It's like what man has.
Like logos?
Logos. He calls them
That's
fucking
it.
logos also. Like, what's my name?
There should have been a scene of him doing that. What is my name? I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like someone yelling mom and a bunch of people reacting. Like any possible name that someone calls, Clive's going to be like, here, yeah, what can I do?
So Joshua and Clive return to their world again, and Ultima decides to pull Origin, which is a crystal spaceship thing that he came to Valisthea in, from the ground and return there, just waiting, I guess. Afterward, Clive, of course, does a million side quests and hunts in an attempt to put off his inevitable end. But eventually decides to go to Origin once everything has been checked off the list, and to take Ultima on, along with Joshua and Dion. Knowing that there's a good chance that they'll die in the process. One of the weird things about this game, so Dion can still turn into Bahamut. Jill can still turn into Shiva, and Benedicta, of course, could still turn into Garuda. So, like, they no longer have the presence of them with them, but they can still call upon them.
Yeah,
it's so bizarre.
It's weird. It's like they can pull it's like he pulls the power of them, but they still are with him. I don't know. It's odd. You would think that he would be consolidating all the power and taking it, but he doesn't.
So they do go on knowing that there's a good chance they'll probably die in the process and probably fail at all this. So good chance it is, because during the confrontation, Dion, of course, sacrifices himself to save Joshua, and Joshua himself is mortally wounded by Ultima's power. Ultima and his brethren come together in a really weird scene, and they go into one body. And Clive, after a tearful goodbye to Joshua, takes upon him the power of the Phoenix. And instead of using this power to resurrect Ultima's people, he uses it to destroy Ultima, destroy magic itself, making humankind equal, I guess, and then seemingly resurrect his brother and heal the world of the Blight with it. So it's like this big scene. He uses like the Phoenix's power, and then his brother's healed and all this stuff, and nothing is explained as far as like how it's working or whatever. Later, of course, to add to the confusion, Clive winds up on a beach covered partially in the bearer's curse of petrification that we talked about earlier, and he's looking up at the moon. And then we cut to far away. Jill is looking up at the same moon and sees like a small red light in the sky and breaks down in tears. That's the ending of Clive's story in the game.
Yeah, so pretty much what he did is he used all of his power, right, to take back all the magic, to basically undo all of Ultima's stuff and get rid of the Blight. And he eliminated magic completely, because there's a scene at the end where there's those two little kids and they're like pretending to do magic, and then the mom's like, "Oh, come on, everyone knows magic's not real."
I'll give you my write up in here. So I do want to talk about like whether or not.
Oh, okay.
There's whether or not you think that Clive is dead.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's dead.
He's definitely dead by the end.
Well, yeah, 200 years later. Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't matter. But I think they might have. Okay, so it's ambiguous, but there are in this game moments where they reference that the dominants are able to sense the presence of other dominants. It's at least one, maybe two throwaway lines somewhere in the game. So Jill, and I didn't remember this until later about that stuff where he's like, "Oh, I sense the dominance here," when he's like looking for Joshua early in the game.
Yeah.
So like there is some sort of like psychic connections between them being able to tell if the other person could turn into a kaiju or not.
Yeah.
So Jill, I believe, and I wasn't sure at the end because I was like, well, maybe he's got the sickness and he will die, but I don't know if he dies on that beach in that moment. Jill is probably sensing Clive's death, or at least his iconic powers disappearing. So Clive is dead or will die soon from the sickness upon him. But surely Square Enix wanted it to be vague enough for DLC or a sequel in case they change their mind.
Yeah.
This is what I put down.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's dead because he got rid of everything, right? Although if he got rid of everything, how would she be able to sense that he...
Maybe she can just sense that. Well, of course, then she wouldn't be able to sense it, right?
Yeah, because she doesn't have any either.
Yeah.
Because he undid everything.
Unless it's still like the lingering effects thing. I don't know what's going on.
It's like a ghost limb.
Yeah.
You got like a ghost kaiju.
Yeah, and the mind powers. So I guess that doesn't really make sense why she would be able to sense him then.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not explained though.
I'm pretty sure he's dead though. I'm pretty positive.
I mean, eventually he's gonna die. If he's got the frozen arm thing, eventually it'll be the rest of him.
Yeah, nobody survives.
Nope.
That.
So after the credits roll, we see that Valencia's world has changed drastically and hundreds of years later with a family that's living without magic. So it's like these just two kids playing, and like instead of playing cowboys and Indians, they're playing magic, I guess. I don't
Yeah. and of course the mom tells them magic's ridiculous, which is like if they're just playing, so leave them alone.
One of the kids playing too much magic, which according to the mother doesn't exist and never existed. And then we see a book called Final Fantasy, written by Joshua Rossfield.
Yeah. It's so Game of Thrones that the guy died before he even finished the book. Like, it's so Game of Thrones. It's more Game of Thrones than Game of Thrones is right now, because that hasn't happened yet, but it is probably going to happen.
What we know then is that Joshua was in fact totally healed.
You think
by
so?
Clive. Yeah.
I didn't get that vibe. I thought he was, and then they didn't show him.
It was like why show him at all? They show him because his name is on the damn book. Why show him at all with like the healingness?
I don't know.
Unless he's like, I just want his body.
He just wanted an open casket.
Hold on, it's like this. I don't want his mother to see him like this.
Yeah.
You think it's just pulling a bonacera?
Yeah. I think so, yeah. I thought he was going to come back to life too, but then I never saw the guy again. Well, I guess he must have if he finished the book.
You could have just missed the title on the book, but it was Joshua Rossfield.
It was. I know.
Okay.
I know, but I mean, the last book of Wheel of Time that Robert Jordan didn't quite finish still has Robert Jordan on it, even though he died. Maybe the old man finished. Maybe the old man was watching the cutscene and he hit the big middle button and he activated the active time lore.
All this is
to finish the book off
is like it's like Bilbo writing The Hobbit in The Lord of the Rings.
It's the same
That's
thing.
what that is. So,
except for Bilbo definitely lived, as opposed to maybe.
Yeah, but why would Joshua wrote, and Clive looked at his hand on a beach, like he's just like adding a little ending?
Yeah,
is that what we're to assume? That he got in Clive's mind, you know? Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. So it turns out because 16 is also connected to Tactics A2. via the book. It's obviously the same book, right? It's called Final
shit.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rolled my eyes huge when I saw it. I was like, no, not again.
Yeah. I honestly, since I didn't see Joshua again, I assume the Game of Thrones rule. If you don't see them die, they're not dead.
They're not dead.
So Stannis is still alive.
Clive
and Joshua,
is still alive.
Yeah, Clive is still alive. Joshua still dead because I never saw him come back to life. I only saw him die. But yeah, no, that makes more sense. I honestly just thought he was still dead, and I was like, what? That's so. And I was like, man,
Otherwise,
it's
why heal him though? That doesn't make any sense.
I was like, it's so Game of Thrones that the freaking author of the book is dead before the book finished. Like, he didn't make it. Sorry.
So yeah, what did you? I've been just talking this whole time because of that giant write up that I had, but I'll let you go on. What were your thoughts on playing Final Fantasy 16 from the story side of things?
Okay, so it's definitely Game of Thrones, which isn't a bad thing because I really like Game of Thrones, especially the seasons they made them watch. That would have been like a fun. It
would have been nice to be paid for, 50 hours of work just watching TV.
Yeah, this show's awesome. We're like, don't watch season 5 or on. It ends here. Like, but it's not done. No, it ends here.
No, it's because it was the timing of when they started the game.
Yeah, like you are forbidden from watching season 5. It's like the same conversation as, are you sure this is a Final Fantasy? He's like, no, you're not allowed to watch season 5, 6, or 7, and 8 of Game of Thrones, or you will ruin this game. It's
like, I'm not paying you to watch the Sand Snake stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't justify paying you to watch that. I could barely justify making you watch it at all. Shit, yeah, and there's a lot of Game of Thrones in it. You got, a son that's disliked by his mother, a younger son who's beloved, who gets injured, who's kind of the chosen one of the story, sort of, kind of, but then it turns out it's not him, it's actually you. You got your pet wolf.
Got your gay princes.
Got your gay princes, yeah.
Got your gay princes passed up for promotion.
Got your gay prince passed up for promotion by his mother-in-law that hates him.
Mm-hmm. She's got her own private group of dudes who follow her around just as the empress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got the white cloaks.
Yeah, we do that. Magic wolves. Zombies, blue zombies.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's even more than what we're bringing up, honestly.
There is. It's like almost every aspect of the game. And it's not like Game of Thrones made up all those tropes. But the fact that all those things are in Game of Thrones and are in this, and it's so obvious that they took they took a leaf out of the book, literally, probably. It's silly. Like, if you watch we watch Game of Thrones, I've watched many parts of the series over and over again.
Yeah.
It's hard not to just watch the cutscenes and be like, they took this, they took this, they took this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's not surprising at all. Like all these crazy things. You know what? There's that. I will say that the Game of Thrones comparisons it's almost like the setup and the setting of the story.
Yeah.
But the actual Clive journey that's super Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
So
I'm fine with it. I don't mind it at all. I love Game of Thrones, so I'm not going to bitch about it being super comparable. It definitely is, though. There's a lot. The zombies, the mindless things. There's a lot of elements of Game of Thrones they took. There's a lot of map-splaining in this game, which is what I called it when that one super hot gilf chick would talk. Can't remember what her name is, but she's got gray hair and she's super hot. This is another... And this game, honestly, to me, it felt like Final Fantasy XII a lot. Like, a lot.
The tone of it.
Yeah, it's high fantasy. The Game of Thrones setting, that is kind of Final Fantasy XII. There's a lot of politics going on. There's a lot of stuff. I do think this one tells its story a little bit better than Final Fantasy XII, which is surprising because it's almost the same story. You've got, except for it mixes 13 in there. In FF12, you're sort of battling against... in FF12, there's a being that's trying to wrest control from the other gods, right?
There's like the crystal mines too. And that's another one, yeah.
And like there's a god that's trying to give you free will. And I think in 12, I think you fuck it up, actually, is what happens. You ruin it to where the gods do control your fate, sort of, in FF12. Because Vayne is sort of a good guy, because he's trying to fight the gods, the Oracleum, or whatever the hell they're called, Oraculum guys who control everything. And he's trying to, like, fight them off and wrest control from the gods back to man. So it's almost the opposite in this, where man gains control because God takes a power nap for 1,000 years or whatever, and wakes up and is like, what these guys are doing whatever they want.
One day one of these humans will just be all the dominants.
Yeah. And it has FF13 elements too, like you said earlier, with Bartandalus.
The fate thing, people turning into stone.
Yeah. The main baddie really just grooming you for what he wants.
Yeah, it's way more clear in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Because Bartandalus, I think there's like one line, that references like what Bartandalus is actually doing. It's so confusing.
Yeah, even the main characters don't know what's going on. Yeah. Because they're constantly at odds with Bartandalus, even though they're doing...
That game is going against fate, but then they do their fate.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Yeah.
It's so dumb. But yeah, this game is more clear. It has that setup. It does tell you what all the characters' motivations are. So that's nice in comparison to 13, despite all of its similarities. What's really interesting is that it's taking the Final Fantasy trope of the first 5 Final Fantasy games, where there was like the crystals, and then you're trying to save the crystals. And in this one, the crystals are evil. Basically, the crystals are destroying the world. Magic is destroying humankind.
Yeah, it had elements from FF10 because of that, like with the Machina, where like the magic is making people. It's like too dependent, which is kind of what the machines were doing in FF10. There's a lot of
there is a similarity there. You're right.
I mean, there's a scene. There's like one of the marketplaces where a dude's holding a fucking crystal to like keep his fish cold. Like these people are lazy. You know what I mean? Like go get some ice. Come on. But it's so there's a lot of
what does
aspects.
That say? What is the game telling us about automation? Yeah, this is the video game version of Idiocracy.
Yeah,
in case anybody's seen that movie.
Yeah, kind of. So I don't know. I like the story. Now it does have some 14-isms in it. There's many times where the main story quest feels more like a side quest than the side quest that I just got done doing.
You're not wrong. Mostly having to do with building a ship. That one drove me nuts. Or taking care of some Akashic problems.
Yeah, that near the end I thought was fine. Where like the land is starting to get ravaged and you have to go and help hold certain areas. That was, that did drive the narrative to a halt, but at the very least you got to see like, oh, okay, we're going to help these guys hold back the horde, It was kind of like a world tour of the Final Fantasy, which they always do as well.
Yeah, there was that.
Do the FF world tour. Usually after they win and they're alive, but of course that doesn't happen in this one, so you got to do it before you die. So
there's that 14ism. I would say that the same thing is like, yeah, it's questy, but it's like also has these huge show-stopping moments.
And then it does stop.
It comes to a complete halt.
Yeah.
Now, that is not normal for the main Final Fantasy games.
No.
That is not. No. Usually, like the main Final Fantasy games, yes, it has its showstopper moments, but it doesn't treat the moments in between as nothing.
Yeah, that's
where kind of how this one.
That's where it feels like 14, because it's like 14's overall story is pretty good. Now, I do think the last expansion ruins a lot of things, but overall, the actual story that you remember and you care about, it is good, but there is so much garbage in there.
Filler stuff.
Yeah, just filler dog shit. And this game has that. And it's like crazy because
it does.
I don't understand.
It's not as bad.
No,
it's not nearly as
it's
bad.
not as bad as 14. I mean, come on. Never would it be as bad as 14.
I was scared.
Yeah, I was a little nervous, and then the first like 4 or 5 side quests were really awful too. I was like, we're just fetching. But then they really I think they did an excellent job with them in the end. Because you started getting these like side quest series.
Oh, they all had their own like narrative.
They had like an arc, yeah. There was like a narrative arc to each of these side quests. You got the one guy in the Dalmekian area, the desert people, and he's like a bearer who's trying to run for mayor, and everybody finds out he's a bearer secretly, and he has like no tattoo. He never got tatted up, and they're super racist against him, and they like, you know, throw stones at him and are like, fuck you, you lied to us and you tried to take over, like we don't trust you. And then he ends up saving the village, and then everyone kind of forgives, you know, he forgives everybody for their transgressions, and he basically takes over the village because he's the only one that's ever really cared. Like, there's a lot of those, the main side quests in each zone. It's actually really good. And I did come around to the side quests, and I was like, oh, okay, these are solid. And if you think about side quests throughout the rest of the series, they're kind of dog shit, like, no matter where you go. You know what I mean? Like, the Chocobo Hot and Cold is like 8 million years long. It's too much.
I've never touched the Chocobo Hot and Cold.
Yeah, I did a little bit of it when we played 9, but I was like, I can't do this. There's too many. And then there's, you know.
With the other, so like, it's not like they're great, but 7 and 10, and 8 and 9, because they had the card games and stuff. They have activities you can do. Activities on the side that were
the
like.
Side quests, it's kind of a newer thing almost. Like, even FF12 had some side quests.
I mean, there were, like, you could open up certain areas and, like, do an optional fight and get some new powers in the older games. Like, I'm talking the 2D ones. There were extra characters in FF6
and 7 that you could go collect.
Yeah, and 7. That's right. Those are side quests. Are extras, right?
And then, like, the Wu-Tai thing where you...
Yeah, Wu-Tai.
You don't have to do
I've
that.
I've beaten 7 like 3 times. I've done Wu-Tai once.
Me too, yeah.
So,
I never knew about it when I was younger.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So, I in that case, like, if we're going to compare side quests, I don't know if to put that in the gameplay or the story category, but...
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
In the story side of things, yeah, the side quests later on, they do, like... I mean, there was the side quest that was early that was, like, you know, they've got, like, the people in the house that they're like enslaving or whatever, and like you gotta
and there's like,
and then they go back and then they take revenge and they kill the family or something. Like, there's something crazy. I can't remember the details of it. It's been
the one where like the little girl is making them fight, kind of a thing. Like, you got like a pit. I mean, I don't know who knows if we would do that or not. Just break a broom in half and be like, all right, whoever lives gets a meal tonight. Like, I don't know.
Sounds like fun, yeah.
Yeah, I've never owned a person, so I can't say if I would or would not do that. Well, there was some that they eventually did start to get pretty good and really flesh out the world, you know?
Yeah.
As far as story goes, one of the other things that was interesting, one of the towns had a brothel and a chick with like a little symbol on her with like it's like a weird like block of jewels and then like little chain things hanging from it, and everyone that had a similar design on them, I would just call a whore as well. Like Gav, his hair,
exactly what it is.
His hair in the back is it's the same. It's like braided, and I was like, oh, he's a man whore. He takes it in the ass. He's like an ass slave. And there's like 4 other people that have like similar designs to that chick's like gem piece. And I'm like, oh, they're hidden whores. It's like the.
I was pretty sure the whores were just like they were the ones dressed up in bright colors, and everybody else looked like a peasant.
Yeah, super drab. I think it's like what is it? It's like pineapple or something for swingers. There's some symbol that they use.
What?
I only learned about this like a week ago, but like it's like a signifier that you're a swinger. I can't remember what it was. I read it online.
I don't know. That's for them to know.
Okay. Yeah, it's not for me.
Secret code.
Yeah, it's a code. So I'm like, oh, Gav's dirty. He's a dirty little bastard.
I mean, were you roped into the story? Did you care? Like, 12 is kind of, you're comparing it a lot to 12, but 12 to me is like, that one's a clunky one story wise.
Yeah, it is.
And it doesn't really know who its main character is, and
yeah, which
it lacks a lot of emotional connection. I think 12 does. Like,
no, this one definitely did a better job of all of those things story wise. I would say for sure. I like the story in this game. I do think that it does come to a grinding halt often.
4 times.
And it's usually every time after one of the big fights.
After one of the big fights, and then it's like, just so you know, you can't have that all the time. You wouldn't want that, would you?
Yeah, and to me, I'm just thinking the whole time, like...
Well, you just cut the other stuff out.
Yeah,
make it shorter.
You know how amazing this game would be if it was like 25 hours, 30
well,
hours.
FF15 is like 10 hours of story. Because it's the first 3 chapters or whatever, and then you have like some big open sections, but you can just like plow, right?
Yeah.
If you're on New Game Plus and you don't have to level or anything like
it was
that.
like 9 hours or something.
It's like, it's nothing.
And that's watching everything. That's not skipping.
And that's
Like we did 15 in under 10 hours again.
there are 20 hours of cutscenes in this game.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It
and
is a
it's
lot.
not all necessary either.
Nope.
There's a lot of filler. Even in the main quest, that's where the 14-isms come out.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey,
I know Yoshi P did something here.
Yeah.
He decided something. We have to have the player talk to 3 different people about a thing, or else what are we doing here? This isn't a game.
What's the point of having all these NPCs if you don't have to talk to each one of these fuckers? They can't just be decorative. They're human beings.
I think what makes it worse is like the quest icon things. Like that's pretty new for the Final Fantasy games, is like the thing above a person's head, so you have to go talk to that person, instead of being like in the old games up until what, 15? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
did 15 even have that? I know it had things above their heads, but for the main quest, I can't remember. But
I don't remember either.
yeah, but you would just like try people in certain places. You'd be like, I think this is a guy I talked to.
Yeah.
And then you would find out. And in this one, it has the MMO things where it's above their heads.
And it's got the other MMO things where it's like, well, it's in this general area, but you're going to have to find it.
Ooh, I have to go pick some flowers.
Thanks. Thanks for giving me the general
If
vicinity.
I don't pick these flowers, and if I don't smear the ship in sunflower oil with a handful of it, then it can't possibly fly.
Yeah.
Silly things like that. That's all over the place in this game. But no, but I mean the thing is, it's like that's not really what you like. We're annoyed by it because we played 14.
Yeah.
The more I play 14, the more I hate it. That isn't really the main thing that you walk away with. I think like the big dramatic moments I do think outweigh like the dumb stuff in between.
The map-splaining and the...
Map-splaining, like...
That's
just
another
so you know.
That's another FF12 thing. There was a lot of map-splaining in
There's a lot
FF12.
of, yeah, that's true. That is
Here's
another-
the map. Here's these people fighting. And you're like,
I will say, as a person who has had, like, I don't know, memory loss issues when it comes to video games recently, like the last 3 years, I don't know, like just of doing Nude Clan and UFF, like, it was nice to, like, okay, what was this thing they're talking about again? And then I would click, and then I would active time lore it. It was nice because then I remembered, like, I know I have to do a giant review of this game. I know I have to do a write up, and I have to at least be somewhat familiar with the story. And I am pretty familiar with the story of 16 now that I have all those like notes and all these things. It makes it helpful. It makes you remember like who's who and where's where, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of our worries for the story, there are a lot of characters and it's a pretty big world, but I don't think they went too hard on it.
No, yeah, that was one of our fears, like watching those messy, horribly edited trailers. Was like 12 million characters, and it's like, oh, they have Game of Thrones as a reference. Are they just going to throw in a bunch of characters and you can't follow the plot? Because that's not what Game of Thrones does. Game of Thrones like puts it down like breadcrumbs, which is why you can follow the story. It's like, we're staying with the Starks, and then we will very slowly spread out from there. And they do a really good job of it. So by the time you've been fed all these characters and you know who all of them are, you've spent a lot of time with each one.
Yeah.
And you're pretty familiar with the like the powers that be, like.
Yeah, that's one thing I prefer about this game versus 14 is it is more succinct for sure, and like you spend enough time to kind of learn their motivations and stuff like that. Plus, there's some cool elements to the story, like them removing the tattoos from their enslavement. You know, like there was a cool little line where the surgery is like really, really hardcore and it can kill you because I guess there's like poison in the ink, but it's not deep enough in their skin that you can remove it, but if you fuck it up, it'll like enter your bloodstream and it can kill you. And so like it's like it's not only symbolic to remove it, but it's actually like dangerous to have it in there And so it's kind of a cool little thing. And there's a lot of little things in the story that make it kind of richer. And that's where the side quests really help out and stuff like that. So I do like the story to this game. I think it is good.
I liked pretty much after Benedicta. So like the first quarter of the game, I was like,
with our first marathon, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much our first. Yeah, when we first sat down to play this game, I was enjoying things about it. It was certainly dramatic, right? But like I wasn't pulled into the story until like after the Benedicta stuff, and then we got into the Kupo Khan guy.
Yeah.
Titan.
Alex Main. Oh, Titan.
Yeah. So once we got to like that big midpoint fight with Titan, that's kind of where I was like fully in to the game story.
I was really looking forward to getting on that game, like at that point.
Yeah.
I was pumped.
Yeah, that was pretty much it, where I was like, before then I was like, I don't know if I'm roped into any of the characters, which is odd because like I know just watching our Discord channel, like you could see people were like immediately enthralled in the game. And I wasn't. Like at the beginning, I was like, "Hey, that Ifrit thing is confusing. He's changing his name," and like,
yeah.
And I'm going through, and there's also like the filmmaker side of me, the writer side of me, that's like looking at things like, why did they do that? What the heck was that? That's a weird choice that they're making there. But then finally, I think after the fan fiction of Game of Thrones gets kind of shoveled to the side, and it turns into a Final Fantasy game, and it's like, we're gonna get rid of the crystals. And there's all these dominants. We gotta take care of all the dominants, and then there's this Ultima guy. Like once all the pieces are finally in place, that's when I was into the story. And of course, that's also when it decided to, every time there was a dramatic scene, to then halt for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Before you could like move on with the more emotionally compelling stuff.
Yeah, which is annoying, but I do wonder. I mean, I know there's always like a climax and then like a falling action. But this game, it felt like they almost had that formula every time you had a big fight. And so it felt like it was dragged on.
They'll call it that's just a sequence is usually like a scene it takes place in a room or something like that. And everything that takes place within that period of time, that's a scene. A sequence is a sequence. A sequence is a sequence. A sequence is a series of scenes that are all linked by like a dramatic thrust. And then a sequence will be within an act structure, which has like a more overarching one. So if their overarching story is for the second half of the game, or for this like after the end of the first act, for example, they're gonna say, okay, we're gonna destroy all the crystals. That's the overarching one. While underneath is like each crystal is like its own sequence, and then each sequence of that will have its own quote unquote scenes, I guess. But then in between sequences, it's often, or after big scenes, for example, it's often it's pretty normal to have like, I think they call it a scene of aftermath and a scene of preparation. So an aftermath scene, it gives you you get to go like that, which is exactly what those like in between quests were. And then there's the scenes that set it up. Now it doesn't have to be 2 hours of that. It could be like 3 minutes of that. Frankly.
And that's where it's like, I wonder if it's fair to judge the game based on that, because there's a lot of games that aren't like crazy till the end. Like if they would have made this, if they would have gutted the crap, like the stuff in between, this would have been like the Batman Lego Batman movie of video games,
where it just like, would not have stopped.
Yeah, where you're watching it and you're like the fucking like.
Well, I mean, the alternate is to first off like the getting the stuff for the ship.
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
Which was like 3 quests is what it felt like. I don't know what it actually was, but there were definitely multiple segments for it. That could have been a scene. That could have been a throwaway dialogue line. And that could have been, just make sure, if you want to get your stuff taken care of before you go get that next crystal, you can go do that. And then you could just do side quests then.
Could have been an extra thing.
Or you could have just gone forward.
Well, especially because she didn't even fucking make it. So fuck her.
It just was like a side quest that wasn't a side quest.
Yeah.
It was required side quests.
Yeah. And I don't know. But at the same time, though, I do think the main side quest did enrich the game pretty good amount. It was good. But like, oh man, when I got to the end, like I got to where it was like, this is the final section of the game. I got multiple time scenarios for multiple people. I played that game the night before our initial review was supposed to be. I played it for 9 hours and I didn't finish. It was like 7 hours of side content. It was crazy.
I think I told you 5 to 10 hours, depending on how you go about it.
And then the next morning, I woke
accepted
up and beat it.
every quest.
I did too.
And then I went to like one land thing, and then I
just did
cleared
it.
everything in that country, I guess. And then went to the next country and cleared everything in the next country.
That's what I would do too. I would find the hunt that I had next, and I would just go there. I do all the side quests that are on the map, and then I'd go do the hunt.
I did all the quests, and then I did all the hunts.
Oh, really?
But then sometimes I would open up like a quest or two and vice versa. So there was a little bit of cleanup. But yeah, I remember it. I also, straight up, with the side quests at the end, I was not letting them say all their slow-ass dialogue. I read.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay, so you did that too. Okay, well, I'm surprised.
But then the final missions of each side quest you can't skip.
Yeah,
which they are good. It's well done.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But I was like, damn, I could read this a lot faster than they're talking.
But yeah, the story, I think I like its kind of ambiguous ending. I think that gives a lot of people a lot of things to talk about. I was not sold on Clive as the character for a long time in the game, like the main character, because he just felt like, and it was also the voice actor too, it was just like, it was too gruff, and it was like too Hollywood anti-hero main character for me.
Yeah.
And so it took the game's story developing for me to, I guess, be more roped into Clive's story. It also made it difficult, I think, to be connected with a character when you weren't even sure if that was the same fucking character that you saw at the beginning of the game for like at least 10 minutes where I was like, who is this? Is this the same guy? I don't know. His name is Wyvern, but he looks and sounds really similar. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. There was things where it was like, they were making things intentionally confusing, and it threw me off. It didn't seem to throw off a lot of people, though, in the Discord. Like, a lot of people seemed to be, like, really into it in the beginning, and then maybe had problems with it later on. I've seen at least one person say that. I was the opposite. The game grew on me. That's where I was at.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Clive's like a really good character. He does a lot of good things for everybody, but I don't know. It did take a little while for me to really care.
And then Jill is, of course,
silent.
Just complete, yeah, just I don't
speak when spoken to. Yeah.
Almost.
It's like, man, these Japanese.
You'll have a huge cutscene, and Jill will just be like standing there in the corner, just like, I'll let Clive finish.
Yeah, Clive can talk. She can do the talk for him. It's like, man, these Japanese really know their way around a woman, man. They just
Jesus.
Put them down. It's just you sit in that corner and you do not say a goddamn word. Yeah. And only when half of the men have died does she speak.
I mean, Jill also grew on me. I think after the beach scene, it was like, okay, things are better. Like, the characters are more rounded. I just needed them to fuck, I guess.
We needed that sexual tension to be relieved.
Yeah.
She did start talking a lot more after that.
Yeah.
So
don't they always? No.
Yeah, unfortunately. I just want to roll over and go to bed, but apparently we got to talk. Yeah.
Cuddle.
Yeah. Weak.
Anyway. Well, anything else about the story you want to touch on?
No, man. I think I've gone over enough.
I think it's solid. We'll see where it ranks.
Yeah.
The other Final Fantasy games at the end of all this. But I think, the story was, there was some rough parts, and then there was some smooth parts.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of smooth parts, support for Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast, is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Oh, yeah. Their products and precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped's Performance Package, the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Join over 8 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code UFF at manscaped.com. if our math is correct, that's about 16 million balls. I hope.
We have actually been using this. They sent us the Manscaped performance package.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I have had this horrible my regular razor thing. It's like 10 years old, and it was a piece of crap when I bought it.
Yeah.
But I've just been too, I don't know, just lazy to get a new one, and it always kind of hurt, when I was trimming my beard, and yeah, we got the Manscaped thing, and it goes on. It's smooth, dude. It's smooth. It doesn't hurt my face because it's not this old crappy thing, and yeah, I use it on my entire body.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be of the opinion that it's weird to have completely shaven biddies, but then a shitload of leg hair and back hair and all that. But lately I was like, well, they gave us this package, so I guess I'm going to try it out. And yeah, I use it for the same thing though. If it's going on my balls, it's going on my face. Cause I have a razor, right? But when you don't use the razor, you can't just use the fucking razor to get rid of a full beard. That doesn't work, man. Your blade's gonna die in 3 seconds. So I just went ham on this thing with the lawnmower is what they call it.
Yeah, the lawnmower. That's right.
It's a pretty good razor. I like it a lot. So I've enjoyed my time with it.
Is it a razor? We're calling it a razor. I think we mean just trimmer, right?
It's just a trimmer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was so nice getting a new one. I was like, oh, it's nice. They sponsored us. So seriously, guys, if you're out there, it's 20% off, right?
Yeah.
20% off, code UFF for 20% off. See,
That's right.
They know what we go by here. We call ourselves UFF. We don't even say Ultima Final Fantasy anymore. We just say UFF when we're texting back and forth. So
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah. So thank you, Manscaped, for supporting this episode. Guys, seriously, if you're like me and you waited for a gazillion years to get a new trimmer, do yourself a favor. And this is a great trimmer. I'm not like you. I do trim my body hair. Yeah. You're all welcome, by the way, for this information.
Yeah. I know this is what you were wanting to hear.
I do trim it actually about once a month. I trim, I think, everything but my legs. Just usually do a 1 or a 2 and then kind of go down and trim it up for everything, and that way it keeps me nice and clean. I don't look like a ape when I take off my shirt. I'm a redheaded man and I'm a red bodied man as well. In terms of body hair, and
you do look like an orangutan.
I generally try to keep the orangutan look, subdued. So. Seriously, guys, code UFF for 20% off.
Yeah, 20% off and free shipping with the code UFF at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use code UFF. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped. And with the package that we got, they throw in a pair of boxers, a shed travel bag, which everything is jokingly named after lawn care stuff, which is hilarious. And the nose trimmer is great too, because I don't know, man. As I've gotten older, my nose hair gets insane.
Oh, my ear hair does that. It's I have on Wednesday night. Wednesday night is my self care night. I literally put it in my calendar.
Jesus,
self care, and that's the trim the face, trim the ears, trim the nose.
The ears, really. I don't have that yet, but I get I've noticed it, my eyesight's kind of crappy and I just don't wear glasses. But when I'm really looking in the mirror, I started to notice I get these really long, just random.
I see one right now.
Yeah, it's weird. It's not,
you should take your Manscaped trimmer on
It's
that.
my ear. It's not my hair. It's freakish. So yeah, I'm going to use my Manscaped trimmer to take that motherfucker out. So thank you guys.
Yep.
And please go there.
Yeah, please go support. So gameplay.
Yeah, speaking of clean gameplay, this thing...
Speaking of smooth,
clean, delicious. I don't know about that last one. This is an action game, like, through and through.
Yep.
Straight up. There is nothing RPG. There's a bunch
nothing old school RPG.
Yeah.
RPGs are action RPGs now most of the time.
Yeah, that's true, especially with Square Enix. They've definitely evolved. This game, you can tell the Devil May Cry 5 guy was involved with the game because it plays a lot like Devil May Cry 5. You've got multiple different gameplay elements based on what type, like what stance you're in is what it was in Devil May Cry 5, and now it's what icons powers you have equipped to use.
Yeah, you're like calling upon the icon so you can use 3 of their preset moves in your combat.
Did you ever, I guess you must have, I didn't do this for a very long time, but you can actually like have a certain icon on and then not use their abilities at all, except for their like passive.
Yeah, there's a trophy that in order to do the trophy, you have to...
The Garuda one?
Yeah, if you master one, you can put it on another's like slot. So you get... What is it? 3 different, eventually, because it's not at the beginning of the game, but you get 3 different icons you can cycle through.
Yeah.
Almost like your stances in 13 in a sort of way. Like,
yeah, your parameter or paradigms.
Yeah, your paradigm shifts.
Paradigms.
So you're at one point, you're like, I'm going to call upon Garuda. And you're just like, hit your trigger or whatever it is for the main controls. I went to control type D or B or whatever.
Yeah, I did the same one you did, where it's almost like a Dark Souls. You like attack with R. It felt right. Or you open up the menu for the moves with R2, and then you hit like...
Yeah, and then you hit one of the buttons. Which was, when someone told us to switch to that, like it did feel better. Like it just where the attack button was and where all that
and I
stuff
think
was
part of it's because we had just played God of War.
Yeah.
Like right before that. So we were like
it was more like where the dodge button's at is really where I think the problem lied.
Yeah, because wasn't it like R1 before? And that doesn't jive.
It didn't make sense.
It was wrong.
Get me out of here. So you can have those powers, and it's basically like one of the moves will be a quick move, and then one of the move sets for each of these guys will be some really ridiculously long move that does a lot of damage and takes forever. But it also takes forever for a cooldown. Like each of these moves you can only do them so much. And while at the same time there's regular action stuff, there's dodging. There is a parry. You have to attack when at exactly the right point with when an enemy attacks.
Yeah.
And then there's you can mix and match all these moves together, all the regular action combat, along with like the special abilities, and like you can pull them together, and you can kind of have some pretty decent combos that people have found out there. And yeah, it is straight up like very stripped down action gameplay.
Yeah. It's cool because there's a bunch of different moves that you can choose from, and my style near the end became very heavily based on stagger. And so like I had all 3 of the stagger Garuda abilities. I didn't use the whirlwind one. I love the whirlwind. Like it was like the nerdiest thing in the world, but like there's a guy at work that I told they also plays this game, and I told him to get the whirlwind and then do judgment bolt, and then he has to say under his breath like, I am the storm. Just like real quiet. It's like the nerdiest fucking thing I've ever done. But like getting like 7 dudes stuck in that whirlwind and then like switching to Ramu and doing lightning bolt while their poor bastards are stuck in there. It's like so satisfying.
You can do the same thing with whirlwind and Rising Phoenix.
Yeah, that's
just
true.
Like light them up while they're in the air like that. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. The cooldown on that whirlwind though is ridiculous. So I stopped using it.
Rising Phoenix is actually might be worse, but and the problem was like sometimes I'd have one ready and not the other, and I have accidentally hit the whirlwind before, and I'm like, damn it, I fucking blew it. Like I didn't need to use it then, and like I will have been like right when a guy is dying, there's just a tornado now. Excuse me, I'll just move along, and then when I have to use like when I'm on a boss fight or whatever, then I won't have it for like a minute or two, and it sucks.
The best moment in the game for whirlwind was when you went to Waloed and they had all those dogs.
Dude, the dogs. And it's not just in Waloed, because if you're doing side quests, you find packs of dogs. One of the ways to get AP really quickly is like there's like a group of dogs that gives you a lot of AP in like one of the areas. And so yeah, that's now my favorite thing though. Like you also have like one of the quicker abilities they have is like for us, it was on the trigger, and like with the Garuda, you pull guys in.
Oh yeah.
And so what you do is you start the whirlwind, and any of the enemies that aren't in your whirlwind, you just pull them in. You're just like, hey, you're coming in here, and you're coming in here, and you're coming in here, and then everybody's spinning and crazy, like going all over the place. It does blind you. Which some people don't like that move because of that, but
yeah, that's what makes it hard with the boss fights. Is like you can't see shit. Like I used it against the Coral fight, and I'm like, fuck this, man. I'm taking this off. I can't see this fucking guy, and he's fast, and he's got the little like whippy move, and I can't see it at all because I'm in this fucking hurricane here.
Yeah.
Like, it's just blinding.
So yeah, that's Garuda's big crazy one. Each one has something that's like nutso.
Like an ult.
Like an ult. They do have like a limit break mode, which is almost like it's just like God of War, dude. Where it's like
he freaks out and does
he goes semi-primed or whatever, and he's like kind of taking the power of the Phoenix on, and he's like hitting things really quickly and doing more damage than usual for a little while. So there's the limit break aspect of it. It's like the other Final Fantasy games since 13. They had the stagger system, which they've kept for all the games since 13. That's a
great system.
It is a good system. So you want to stagger the enemies, and in this one you like build down the stagger. It's not like a timing thing so much as it is like almost like a separate life thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And separate I
say build that as they're building it up.
Yeah. And separate certain moves and certain like icons have more or less stagger, and they have moves within their moveset that have more or less stagger. It's like you kind of give up damage a little bit to get more stagger. Mm-hmm. And the way it builds, a lot of it's Garuda, and that's why I replaced like half of my moves with Garuda moves in the end, is because that was the thing that kind of built everything up. And then I would you go stagger, you do your limit break, and then you just do all your moves again.
Yep.
But other than Garuda's utility, I think the best moves in the game are definitely Titan. Like Titans is really fun to play as because the Titan parry is fucking awesome.
Yeah, if you parry with Titan, then you suddenly go on like just fisticuffs like everywhere. Just
and there's moves where like there will be people that will have undodgeable moves, and I will parry the first one, and then like if I keep doing the parry combo, because if I hit the attack button 2 more times, he'll do 3 total punches. But I could time it to where I did the parry, I initiated the parry, I did 1 punch, then I did a precision dodge, I hit him, then I did another parry, 1 punch, and then I dodge again and then hit him. Or I do the parry a 3rd time and then do all 3 punches. Like there were certain, like the big troll guys I had down, man. Like I could fuck those guys up. And it was like that. They'd have one move where they'd be really fast, Titan parry, punch him in the gut, and then I'd do like a dodge and get the attack after the precision dodge. And then they'd swing at me again, and I'd dodge again, and then I'd parry the last one, and then do the full combo. Mm-hmm. And then just the Titan moves are really cool too. Like the one where he like rears back and like punches forward. You can line it up to where you get like 4 or 5 enemies just crushed into the same little movement. And hey, quiet. And it's not really an AoE, it's just like a line of direction attack. But the game's pretty forgiving, and it's like it loves the carnage. So if you do one of those moves and there's kind of a bunch of guys in a row, it'll hit them all. Like you'll catch them all and bring them in. Hey, you guys need to go outside. Or you need to go upstairs. Anyway, so even if it's not like a big AoE attack, it kind of turns into one, right? So like when you do the ignition one, or is it heat wave? I think it's heat wave, where he turns into fire and then he just starts jetting forward. You can like run around and like collect dudes on the map as he's like running forward, and then he'll do like a big attack at the end where he explodes. And it's kind of fun. It's like you're running around just like collecting them all, like got to catch them all and just bring them all into the move and then just wreck them. So there's a lot of good combos in here.
You get up to, I don't know the exact amount, it's like 7 of these guys, because there's Phoenix or there's like the fire stuff. There's Shiva, there's Titan, there's Odin, there's Bahamut. There's a lot.
Yeah.
And each of them has their own like crazy move sets. Honestly, like the Odin one where it's like you're building up the thing and then you just go out just slashing like crazy. That one is nutso. That can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I didn't play too much with the Odin and the Bahamut ones.
By the time you get there, you're so used to like your own combos. You're like, well, if I don't need to use them, then I'm not going to.
Yeah, and that's where the gameplay, I think it might be better than what we're even giving credit for, I really liked the gameplay in this game.
It was a lot of fun.
But I feel like the classes, I didn't really feel a need to use Odin or Bahamut really at all. And I thought Bahamut's moves actually really sucked. Personally,
the build-up one where you're just dodging and waiting.
Yeah, I mean that was fine, but
that's a big move, and it could do a lot of damage to AOE. But yeah, do you need it? No.
Yeah, you could be. I'm doing AOE anyway with all the other classes.
The Odin one, though, is like.
Yeah, is that one pretty sick?
Well, yeah. If you actually did, you platinum this?
No, I didn't.
Oh, did you do the moves on the way thing?
The chronolith things?
Are you just waiting? Because there are some where you have to use these moves, like Odin's and...
No, I haven't done any. I tried to do the first one and I couldn't, and I quit.
Okay. Well, you'll eventually you'll figure it out. Like, because I know
Did you do all of those?
I did everything except for the chronolist and replaying the game and getting like my stuff all filled out.
Oh, so you're talking like the separate trophies that were specific to like cool shit that you...
Yeah.
Okay, no, I didn't do all of those.
You got to do a whole bunch of like special moves for all the different guys.
Gotcha.
And do some really big, huge attacks. And yeah, the Odin one is sick, but it's like right at the end of the game. So it's like,
it's like, what's the point of changing?
I'm too used to like my default was Garuda, the Phoenix, and then Shiva. Those were mine. I switched out Titan for Shiva because of a certain hunt that was being a certain bit of a something that rhymes with hunt. And in that case, yeah. But yeah, I think that is, first off, the combat's fun. It's super fluid. Like 15 also had really good fluid combat, and 7 Remake, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is different.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it as much as 7 Remakes, but they're not the same thing either, though. 7 Remakes is more RPG. But it's similar in the stagger thing where like you got to get the stagger built up, and there's certain ways that certain enemies will get staggered more. Mm-hmm. In this one, it's less like that, and it's more of a Garuda will get your stagger bar way high, and that's just how it is. But yeah, it's way more action-y than all of the other games up to this point. And I did use Shiva as well, but I just used her like base for the ability of like...
It's the freeze.
Yeah, the freeze when you ride
That's
past somebody.
That's exactly why I used it.
Yeah,
too.
I did that. I did that for the last guy. I didn't do that for that big hunt. For the big hunt I just had, I just leveled up like 5 times and came back and beat it. Well, that one was crazy.
I did that too.
Yeah.
But then I wanted the freeze ability because that saved my butt.
Does that freeze him?
Oh, yeah. So he's going in and he's doing that. So it's this red dragon, which isn't even like the last hunt, but it was definitely the hardest.
It's seriously like the mid hunt. It's like halfway through.
And then you're like, I can't fight this guy. I guess I'll come back later. Like almost everybody had that experience, or they probably were just super frustrated and just did it over and over again. It's one of the two. But yeah, I came back with a leveled thing, knowing what Shiva did. And then, if he's going in for that nosedive where he just chunks you, and because it's a hard dodge too, because it's long, like it's a big field that it has. You're able to freeze it with the Shiva thing and then get to the side of it. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So yeah, instead of using the regular dodge, I would use that dodge. And then I would be able to freeze it every once in a while, and then I would be able to chunk it for more damage. That was like central to my strategy for taking that guy on.
Nice. I did that for a couple of the last hunts that I did, but I didn't use it for him. So
And then Diamond Dust is pretty. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah,
it's one of those big ones, and it had a better cooldown than a lot of the big ones.
nice.
So
I just found myself not using the super big moves usually, just because the cooldowns and like I could get it to where
I don't know. I used them all the time.
I'd be finishing up the last of my moves, and I'd have to do like 2 or 3 basic attacks, and then I could do my moves again. You know, and that's kind of how I liked playing the game. I liked playing the game where I was using special abilities pretty much the whole time, and I basic attacked rarely, if at all. So that was how I played. I played like high cooldown or low cooldowns, high stagger. It was kind of my play style.
I played button mash and see cool stuff.
Yeah.
I guess.
You played Torgal Ring too, you fuck.
You know, it's funny. You have those fights, and then when you're playing as the icon, you get in like these icon modes, which is like a stripped down version of what you're already doing.
Yeah.
Just on these like big icon things. But then every once in a while, one of the weird things is like cinematic evasion.
Yeah.
That's
such a
so
weird term.
if you do the button mash at the right point, I don't remember what do you call those things? Active
time events or something.
active time events. You do a button mash at the right time. You either punch them to death or you do the it's not just an evasion, it's a cinematic evasion, and the game will actually like splash that on the screen. Cinematic evasion.
Yeah.
Ooh, wasn't that evasion so movie like?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
It's pretty crazy.
Thanks for that, Koji Fox. That was a good choice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you also get a dog, your companion, and your companions. You can't control the companions at all, and they actually do some decent damage if you let them alone in the later parts of the game.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they're not doing nothing like in the other games. They're doing
nice.
something. You do get a dog which you can control. How much did you use the dog?
Not enough, because the dog, a lot of times I just forget. I would forget about him, and then he occasionally will do stuff on his own. But he's kind of similar to like Atreus in the new God of War games, where he's like another move. You can use him to like do attacks and do stuff. And there's like precision sick is one of the things. Like if you have him sick an enemy in like the right moment, it'll give you like a little precision sick prompt. So he's pretty useful, and he can kind of heal you a little bit. It's similar to 15, where you have like a health bar. You're almost like a battery. You know what I mean? Like eventually over time, like the maximum battery is not what the 100% used to be.
Yeah.
But you can get back up to what 100% is now. Torgal's heal kind of does that in this game as well. And the only other way to get past that is like actual potions and resting and stuff. So I used him, but I didn't use him as much as I probably should have.
Well, so this is a good segue into difficulty. So the game doesn't actually have multiple difficulties, which is not what we're used to over the last 2 major releases, right?
Yeah.
They usually had like a normal mode and a hard mode or something like that. This game does not do that. It does if you play the new game plus, you do unlock a harder mode, but not in the base game.
Yeah.
Now, what they do instead is that they have these rings that are optional that you can wear in this mode, and I believe also in the harder mode too. One is like an auto dodge. I know that. I don't know what the other ones are, but I know they're all supposed to be like you can wear up to 3 of them, and they make some aspect of the game like super easy.
Yeah, I think one of them, it'll like initiate the slow-mo thing that happened in the tutorial, where like it slows down time and then it tells you what to do to make certain things happen. The rings kind of do that kind of stuff, is what I've been told. And someone in the chat, Roxo, brings up there is story mode and normal in the beginning, and story mode is like super easy, apparently.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's an easier difficulty.
I didn't know. I thought it was just the rings.
No, and that's why everybody was making
story
fun
mode.
of you.
Just like
thinking you're
add the
gonna play.
rings.
No, I think story mode might be like
Well, why even have the
like
rings?
near
in the other
Automata.
one?
I don't know, man. In case you suck and you want to beat the game.
I use the dog ring. That's what
Yeah.
I use because I was like, I don't want to control that dog. I don't give a shit about the dog. And the game basically, like in the middle of the game, it tells you use the ring for the dog.
Yeah, it does.
It's like, and so I was like, well, the game told me to do it, so I went ahead and did it.
if the game told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it?
Yeah,
Joe?
I would actually. Not in real life, in the game.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, not. It's a pretty well balanced game. I would not say. I mean, you guys can probably be at home being like, "Oh, use the ring on the dog. You must suck." Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think the dog helped me that much, but it's not that difficult of a game. Whatever mode that I played, I think it was normal. I
think it's one of the easiest Final Fantasy games, honestly. When you die, it's usually pretty forgiving about the checkpoints and all of that. Like you'll die in a boss fight, like the final fight. I died, I think, once or twice. But when you die, it'll do checkpoints and you'll just spawn back at the checkpoint. Or like in the wild, when I die, I'll respawn, and when I load back in, it'll load me to the nearest like teleport, and I'll have all my potions and everything. And like the same thing will happen in the boss fights. Like you'll reload your game back up fully equipped. So if you were like an idiot and rushed in and forgot to buy potions, all you have to do is die.
Yeah.
And come back and you'll have all your
I've
shit.
done that where I've been like, I'll just let myself die. So I can get my stuff
Like I
back.
just got to get to the midway point, and then if I die, I'll be halfway done and fully stocked. And so it's really, really easy because of that.
Yeah, and it's not frustrating because of that. I wouldn't say it's like. It is easy, but it's not 15 easy. 15 was super easy.
Yeah, this game is it's well balanced. It's kind of like an FF9.
It's fun the whole time.
Yeah.
It's not boring.
Yeah, it's like an FF9 where it's like, it's a little bit hard and you will die a couple times, but it's not. In this one, it's even easier than 9 though, where I don't know. The only reason why it's like
forgiving.
FF9 is when you get to certain fights, you're basically where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like
You can play through FF9 pretty quickly, and you're not going to be like.
That's
super
exactly
screwed.
what we did for the show.
Yeah, and it's like I think people talk about the final boss of 9 being super difficult. I don't think I've ever had to retry him more than twice.
No,
beating him.
the only thing that was super difficult in that game, as far as I know, is the super boss. And that one's a different story, but that's like a super boss. That's not like main line. The main
What's
line,
super boss?
It's the Ozma thing, like the big egg.
Oh, in 9. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
in
I was
9.
like, thinking
In
about this
one,
game. I was like,
don't
what?
think there really is a super boss in this
No,
game.
that's yeah, that's interesting, right?
Yeah, there's the final boss, and then there's the dragon. Yeah. Neither of them are really super bosses. Well, one of them is God, but that's nothing new.
So you have hunts in this game, but they're kind of like 15 hunts, honestly.
Yeah, they're not as good as 12 hunts, I don't think.
No, like in this, at least they give you like a little bit of a story if you want to. I was doing that for the first 5. I was reading the write-up and trying to figure out where they were.
Oh, really?
After those first few, I was like, nah, I'm going to go online and be like, where is the tomato? Where is this?
Yeah.
And look at a map and then know exactly where to go after that.
Yeah, I did that. I did that as well. I don't know. There was like 2 or 3 that I did that too. I didn't usually play the word games, like where they'd have like little hints. Somebody online mentioned that, and I was like, oh, I didn't even notice that. I would just go to where it said the last sighting was, and I would just kind of roam that area until I found it. For most of them, a couple of them I did look up. Because I just wanted to know, and it doesn't give you much.
I was trying to beat this game as fast as humanly possible while doing everything. And so after I was like, it's going to take me a while if I look at all these hunts and look at the story right up for them. So I just stopped. But like, it doesn't even, I don't know, like the hunt difficulty is pretty steady too. Like it's like just above like what you would be having in the story in terms of like difficulty.
Except for the one dragon.
Except for the dragon that shows up out of nowhere, which is like the super boss of the game. And you and I both leveled up before going back to that.
He was hard,
because he was ridiculous.
Yeah, and I got to where I was parrying him and all sorts of stuff, and he would still kill me.
Well, it's because when he hits you,
it's really
it's
hard.
a lot.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like they were fun. Because I enjoy the gameplay and like they were fun fights, but yeah, there was nothing in the hunts that was especially like they didn't even have one that was like I know in 15 there were like 2-3 hunts that were like
events.
Yeah, like they were like story. They were like a quest. And then this one doesn't even bother.
Yeah, like with the Deadeye one, like that big behemoth. Like you had the whole buildup of you guys like sneaking up on them and like all of that stuff. And I feel like FF12 does a good job of that also, of like really building up the lore behind the hunts. You know what I mean? Like it's not just a hunt, it's also a side quest. And even the less memorable ones from FF12 kind of have that same feeling. And I think 13, 15, and this one are all very much, here's the hunt, here's where it's at, go kill it. You know what I mean? Like there's maybe a little bit of story in there, but these feel a lot more like 13. I think there was a paradigm shift in the hunts for the series that came about in FF13, and I don't think it's ever come back down.
Damn.
Which is sad, because they also feel like 14s, because 14 has hunts too. You never did them, probably.
No, so I don't think I have done them. I'm like, what?
But it feels just like the ones in 14.
Okay.
It's like it's not an event. Like, and maybe it's just nostalgia partly with the FF12 ones, because I thought they were so cool at the time. And I mean, you know, my hatred for 14 is a little unjustified, because there's like, you'll find like little bottles in the game, and they'll have like little maps, and it's like a treasure hunt, and you have to like go learn how to find treasure and how to like prospect and like investigate. And I'm like, you know, if this was in any other FF, I'd be like, oh, this is so cool. But it's like, it's in 14, so I'm like, I don't need it. It's not necessary.
I'm sure it's just clicking on a thing to click on another thing.
Yeah, kind of. It'll give you like it'll be like a snippet of the map. So it's like, you'll have to look at the map for the area, and then it'll give you like a teeny portion, a zoomed in portion of the area map, and you'll have to like prospect the right chunk of land, and then you can dig, and then you get attacked, and then you can pull the treasure out of the ground. So, but I mean, that's the thing, is like any other FF game, and I'd been like, oh, this is so revolutionary and so cool, but since it's 14, I'm like, man, whatever. You're still never gonna win me over. It doesn't matter what you do.
Equipment's pretty sparse in this game.
Yeah. There's some stuff that you use like when you're doing the chronoliths that'll like upgrade or cooldowns for certain abilities.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's really the only benefit.
The only place you're gonna game like what the equipments are.
Yeah, other than like just sheer damage increases, sheer defense increases. But again, the game's so easy that it's almost like a nothing for any of these equipment items.
I think one of the most disappointing things was getting like all the final stuff and not having a super boss to fight with all the good equipment.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess you can start New Game Plus and have it. That's cool. But I'm like, I got the best armor in the game, I got the best weapon in the game, and I already killed the hardest hunt, like halfway through it.
Yeah, it's similar to FF12 in that way, where like there's a super weapon that's the Worm Hero Blade, but you have to kill all of the dragons in the game to get it, which one of them is Yaizamat. So it's like, what? That's literally
the point?
That's the super boss with like 50 million HP. What else am I going to use this thing on?
It's like, come on, Square. You got to know, like, you got to give us the reward for getting the super weapon.
Yeah.
Like, what should happen should be really hard to get. It should take forever and be really hard to get the super weapon. And then at the end of the day, I one-shot the final boss. That's what should happen.
Yeah.
It should be something insane like that. Like, at the end of 10, you can freaking, like, if you got all the good stuff, you're destroying Jet. Like, he's dead.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from that. And so, like, but this one, it was like artificially in the boss fights, it was artificially capped how much damage you could do.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did.
That was, that was an interesting choice that
They've started to do that recently with the games. 7 Remake did that a lot as well, where like you'd be laying down the law, but it would like cap it at a certain point, and then you get a cutscene. And that was really frustrating in that game. And I think I feel like they're doing the same thing in 16 as well.
Yeah. We already talked about side quests quite a bit. Is there anything else you want to
add? No, I thought they were good. I thought they really helped flesh out the world. And
I thought they were pretty similar to 15.
Yeah.
Or was it like talking to a dude, going out, doing a thing, coming back. With 15, it was like you usually had to fight an enemy or something.
Yeah, I feel like I don't even remember the 15 side quests, if I'm going to be honest. I just remember there was like finding that one guy in the toilet, that Dave guy, and then like
Yeah,
he had
that was like one
quests.
of the first ones, right?
Yeah, and then he was like one of the dudes that like helped push back the shadow at the end, and that's it. I don't remember their quests at all, basically. So
yeah, it was. I thought the side quests were fine. I'll be honest, like I wouldn't do that many of them unless they like led to something interesting. If I didn't have to do pretty much all of them, not quite all of them for the platinum.
yeah, apparently,
but pretty much all of them in order to get like the points, just for being the famous points. I don't remember what they're called, but
oh yeah, the fame thing, yeah.
And then you turn those points in and you get things.
The trophy, there's one trophy for like all of it's like the major quests in each region. So like what I was talking about earlier when I said that the side quests eventually like start to follow like a side quest line and like an overarching arc for the story of the side quests. All of those are tied to one of the trophies. And those were the good ones, I think, because they kind of built up and they gave you a little side story. You know? It was satisfying.
I didn't love how it blocked off quests for certain parts of the game as much. Like some of them it made sense for, some of them it didn't though.
Yeah.
I was like, why did I have to wait till this moment to clear this quest? Like, I don't know. I get it, like they want to add some variety. I do miss a bit of the open world aspect of 15. Like this game was on rails.
Yeah. I don't feel like it was as confined as 13. Like it'll plop you in an area.
No, it's not as confined as 13. The most confined out of all the games. You're right.
Yeah, 13 is like, it's like as wide as my townhouse here. Like that's the game, Like you could go 10 steps over here, you go into the closet and find a treasure chest, but then you're going to walk right back to the main floor and you're going to be stuck in the hallway again.
Yeah.
So it's not as bad as that, but it also doesn't have any areas that are quite as big as like Grand Pulse, So it's both more open in a general sense, but less open in the overall like major open area sense.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, the game really is completely story based. So, I mean, in that way, like 12 might be the perfect balance of the Final Fantasy games. It might be.
Yeah, where you can fast travel everywhere, but you can also walk everywhere pretty much, except for the floating continent. Obviously, you can't.
Well, there's a lot of things to fight. There's a lot of things to see. In addition, but you can just go straight through the story if you want to. It might be hard, but you can.
Yeah, there's a shitload of. And this game is similar. There's a lot of side content in this game. I don't think there's as much as 12.
No,
but you also don't have to do it.
Another big difference, though, I think those quest icons above people's heads are ruining games.
You think so?
Yeah, it's making me too linear with my progress of it. Like. Instead of me exploring things and talking to different people and getting clues about things like in the old Final Fantasy games, it's like, that's a quest, that's not a quest. That's a quest, that's not a quest. I don't need to talk to that guy because there's no quest thing above his head.
Yeah, it kind of does the opposite of fleshing out the world almost.
Yeah.
It almost makes it more of a hallway, honestly. It's like, okay, I have to talk to this guy. I have to do this. I have to do that. It is kind of weird. And those older games, you didn't have that. Like there was, I think 12, there was like a little chat box above their heads when you walk up to them if it's someone you can talk to. But that doesn't mean it's the quest person. It just means you can have an interaction.
I think also it leads to you not remembering the game as much. Like it's less, like the areas are less memorable, the people are less memorable in the game sense because you're not having to go look for that exact person in that exact place. Or it's like, oh, go talk to a dude who's doing this. And then you're like looking in a village like there's some guy doing this somewhere. But in this game, there would just be a quest icon above his head.
Yeah.
Or in a circle on the map.
Yeah, it's like the quality of life stuff that kind of ruins the game, It's like if we were to play another great game, Conan Exiles, and like turn off losing your items upon death, like it just kind of ruins the experience. Like you're dead. Why would you keep your stuff? It doesn't even make any sense. Why are you even keeping your character? You're lucky you don't have to restart.
Oh my God.
This is truly the exile.
Go to hell.
We're making it too easy.
But yeah, so you haven't done nearly that many trophies then. You just went to go beat it in time for our review.
Yeah, I did every single side quest, every single hunt. I picked up a couple of the move specific trophies, but I haven't gone in all of those.
That's
yet.
why you haven't like messed with Odin and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't done the chronoliths. I tried to do the first one and I couldn't do it, so I was like, I'm just gonna do this later. Yeah.
This game is really fun. It's one of the funner Final Fantasies, I think. And a lot of it has to do with its action combat, the playing with the combos, the way they're cinematically done with the combos. The big boss fights are also, if you got time for them, they're because they're long. They're also really awesome and really memorable. And so yeah, I don't have much to complain of in the gameplay category, except like more like it's just like the history of Final Fantasy and knowing like, oh, we could have had this, we could have had this, like we could have had different types of side quests, we could have had games or a gambling game, or like what I always hope for is real estate, because real estate development in Fable is like my favorite thing on the planet. And like a way for Gil to be an important aspect like it is in 12 and stuff like that, where like how much Gil actually matters.
Yeah.
None of that is really the gamifying the side stuff or the world of the game. It's not really there. It's pretty thin. It's really just main quests, side quests, and hunts. And that's what you got.
Yeah. And like you said, the hunts aren't as satisfying as they could be. But they've only been that satisfying in one game, so it's almost not fair to compare. But.
They're fun, and like I know that like the side games in 10 specifically and 7
are atrocious.
They're kind of terrible, but you know,
10s are truly
they're
terrible.
there and they don't matter. You know, it's too much unless you're going for the 10 platinum, in which case then you do have to dodge lightning like 1,000,000 times or whatever.
Yeah.
There's something insane with that. But anyway, I do like the gameplay. I think it's really solid. I think I really listened to a part of our 15 review last time, and I said I really like the battle stuff in 15. But it wasn't my favorite, and I'm 16. They are getting good now, and I don't know what it is, if it's just presentism, you know. I have to verse this game versus like other games in the series that are turn-based, you know.
Yeah.
That's a difficult thing to assess, like where does this belong? The easiest one, because it is mostly an action RPG to go against in terms of its quality, is 15 for sure. 15 is the most action RPG that we've had so far. The games have just gotten more and more in that direction.
Yeah.
7 Remake almost pulled it back for a little bit, but it's still an action RPG. I think this is better than 15's combat. I don't know. I think 7 Remake is kind of like
the perfect mix.
Yeah, the perfect mix right now in my mind. Maybe I'd have to play them back to back to really know, because it's been a while since I've beat either of those games, but this is in between the two for me. This is really solid, really fun. Yeah. And I think 15 is also really fun. Really solid.
I definitely think
simpler.
I definitely think this is better than 15's combat. It's more deep. It's more action based. There's actual timing involved, you know, with the parries, and there's a lot of different ways to do a lot of different like dodging and parrying and counters and stuff like that. And it's really well polished gameplay wise for sure.
There's no real dungeons in this game.
Yeah, there's just like areas.
There's like one where you have to like kill things and then open the next room, kill things, open the next room. It was when you were in Waloed. But outside of that, there's no real Final Fantasy-esque dungeon. That's interesting. The exploration is kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little thin. Again, the world's a little thin in that way too.
Yeah. Part of that is just the being on quasi rails the whole time. You know, it's not as tight corridor wise as 10 or 13, but it's not a 12 or any other game from the older days. So as far as how big the world is.
Well, the older games are more on rails than we often remember.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of places times where you try to go to an area and it's blocked off, and it's like, oh, this is the rails.
Because I remember I'm having a memory of like back when we were playing the single digit ones. People were talking about how the newer games were all, it was before, I think it was before 15 came out, right?
Yeah.
And we were like, 13 is it's so much of a hallway, right? And then we were playing 9 at the time, and then we were like, no, this is a hallway too. I can't go anywhere except for where it wants me to go. Yeah. What are you talking? Like, I'm on a world map walking around, but there's literally like canyons and crap, and then like, I don't know, like road construction that my guy can't walk through, yeah. So I have to go to this castle.
And there was one part where like you try to go, and then someone just separates from you, and it's like, oh, we can't go that way. And I'm like, what? Yeah, it's like, this is on rails too. And this one's weird though, because like every time you finish an area, if it's like you're in story mode now, it'll pull up the map, and then it'll be like, okay, everything's blocked off except for this one area where you need to go. Do you want to go there? And I'm like, I guess.
I don't have a choice.
All right, we're going there now. And I'm like, this is weird. It's a weird fast travel in the middle of the story thing that they do in this game. That's just bizarre.
I do miss, like with 15, it awarded exploration. Like with the photography part, or you'd find a cave and there'd be like a whole section in a cave that was like totally optional.
Yeah.
This doesn't do that. Like, I wish that was a part of 15, like where they were like, oh, they want to get rid of the open world aspect. I don't remember people complaining about the open world aspect of 15.
I don't either. Yeah. I did not mind that.
I thought that was actually like kind of a great part of it. I wanted more of it. Like,
yeah.
You only had the 2 areas that were open world in 15, and they were big.
They were huge. Yeah.
But it was still only 2 areas, and the rest of the game was on rails,
Yeah. Once you get past like chapter 8 or something, it's just chapter after chapter after chapter. There's no side stuff. It's just straight up, here's the end of the game.
So I don't know. In a world in which Skyrim is still like one of people's favorite games, it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I totally agree with that decision necessarily. I wouldn't have minded some more.
Yeah.
Some more exploration into the world.
Yeah, I think that's definitely
the world felt so small. Like, you'd be like, oh, apparently this is all of Sam Breck. And I walked through it in 4 minutes.
Yeah, ride through it in a chocobo in like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
It's like, what is this, like Delaware? Come on.
Yeah, it's just a little island. We've been thinking of these big kingdoms. It's the whole planet, but it's really just a little island.
Yeah, it's just like the
four pissed off kingdoms in like, I don't know, like the island of Cyprus or something. That's
it's really tiny. So that was kind of disappointing. And that's one of the things, like, and I keep comparing it to 12, and I think it's because it feels similar and it looks similar, and there's a lot of like the old school.
There's a lot of staff, and of course the main creative director who worked on 12.
Yeah, and so it's weird because like in 12, it's so open you can like walk past one of the boss fights, like that mossy dragon guy that's in the Vieira's wood.
That's right.
You can walk around.
You don't have to do that one.
Yeah. You can just leave that chick that's possessed, just leave her ass in there. Just continue on with the story.
It's awesome.
You got to go through a really rough area, but you can technically just completely bypass it. And that's how open that game is. And you can walk basically everywhere. There's like a couple spots you have to fly to because they're freakishly far away. But if you go out into the desert, you can reach other kingdoms and reach other lands. And in this one, it's a lot of here's story, here's cutscene, here's the map theme, which is a great song. And then it's like, okay, guy, to click on the map. Now you go to this chunk of this land. And then, it does feel, because like if you look at the teleports, it's like each kingdom has 5 or 6 little teleport locations. It's like, is this really all their land? Like, this seems tiny. Is this supposed to be like a hybrid between the world map of old and like an FF12 thing where it's like
it feels like an FF12 area,
yeah, or it's like almost like maybe it's like a cartoonish version of it, so it's supposed to be bigger than what we get to play as, but we're playing as like the big guy on the running across the world map. That's the size of the town.
I don't know
what the scale of this world really is.
No real airship, no flying.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
15 had the car at least.
Yeah, and you could make it fly.
Yeah. That was still a disappointment at 15 too.
I know, yeah, no ownership, yeah.
13 and 10, where it was like and 12, where you're like selecting the areas.
Yeah, those were all lame for that.
I wonder why.
I don't know. The tech, maybe.
I guess. Anyway, we went into the negative aspects of it, but I think overall it's a fun game.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, do you want to get into the art and graphics, music and sound?
Yeah, let's dive in.
All right, so this is a PS5 only game right now. So as far as graphics are concerned, they were initially going to have a PS4 version, but decided not to limit their ambitions, is what he said.
Good.
When it came to the game.
Good. That's what I like. If you're gonna do a console exclusive, put it on the new console. The PS4, there's a lot of people that still have them, and it's still a big selling console because we didn't have the whole COVID crap while that was going on. So a lot of people have it, but I think it's a coward's move to make games on the PS4 because then you get little shits online that are like, well, there's no reason to have a PS5. And it's like, yeah, that's because they put everything on the PS4. Everybody already has it. So why?
Yeah, so we're compromising how good a game looks or how a game plays when it could be better on the newer console.
Yeah.
Which is kind of lame.
Yeah, it's stupid. What's the point of having a PS5 if you already got the PS4? Unless you're going to make hardline decisions that this is an exclusive and that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, they should. So. Exactly. I mean, we're both in agreement on that. I get it. They put $100 million into these games now. And so they're like, well, we must make our money back. So it's not really Sony stopping people from having only a PS5 version of games. I get it, but maybe they should, like in their license agreement, just be like, games developed after this date that we have a contract with. It's PS5 only or bust.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's how you sell the console, too. You make people want it because it's not just another game you can buy on PS4.
Alexa, shut up. What the heck?
I don't know why it does that. Alexa at 5 o'clock every Friday is like, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday. Here's your music routine for the weekend. And I'm like, who the fuck asks for music routines? So Joe just told her to shut up and she listened.
Okay. Okay. There is
how much more derailed does that make you than the other interruptions?
The other interruptions are worse.
Oh, okay.
Because I can at least tell this one to shut up.
And it'll listen.
I don't know where my line is as far as like what I could say in your house.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So.
And as far as I know, that thing isn't going to take over. So we can be as rude as we want to.
Yeah, I guess so. So the frame rate versus graphics, there is like a slider or a choice at the beginning whether or not you want to have better gameplay or better graphics. Would you choose twice?
I don't remember. I think I chose graphics, but I don't know for sure. The same thing happened with God of War, I think, right? There was like a performance selection. I don't know if it makes a difference, but
I'm sure it does make a difference. But I mean, I chose gameplay. I think I have a 1080p TV. I can't see it all in glorious 4K with the full color spectrum.
Yeah, so that's true.
As long as I'm playing it in that mode, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Did you look over and see? Did it look different on my TV to you when we were both playing? Yeah,
it did. I mean, my TV's getting old, so it's just like I have to turn the brightness up on the games a lot, and so it looks pretty low contrast. So I would never judge a game's look based on my TV whatsoever. Movies still look pretty good on my TV. That's kind of why I bought it. I didn't buy it for games. It doesn't have the crisp quality of like the LCDs did 10 years ago when I bought the TV.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think the game looks good. It didn't scream next gen to me.
No, I don't think it looked nearly as good as God of War.
No.
But it has a lot bigger of a cast and stuff too. So there's different draws on the, what they can put on the disc, what they can pack in.
A lot of that is like the design of it too. Like it's the art. You know, it's not necessarily the graphics.
Yeah, that's true.
Like God of War is really reliant on keeping things cinematic. And it's not like this isn't not cinematic. It definitely is. It's definitely a Final Fantasy game. But in terms of gameplay, it's kind of free roaming camera behind a dude running around for a lot of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of it's just a different thing that we've only been having for the last few games, I feel like, because we've had mostly, 12 had it too. I don't know. It's just different because we're used to the pre-rendered backgrounds. You come onto the screen and it's just, this is the background. You know, maybe it'll move a little bit. And so the whole aesthetic of the games has totally changed.
Well, 13, the camera was semi-locked.
Yeah,
place.
you could look around.
You could nudge it, but the camera was kind of stuck. But yeah, 15 was fully roaming camera. 12 was fully roaming camera. And I'll be honest, 13 is the better looking game because it's forcing your eye to look a certain way. God of War honestly forces your eye a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
If we're comparing it to God of War Ragnarok. So that there is a good comparison there, I guess. With like 13 where it's kind of on rails. 15, however, was a pretty game.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like where it gets a little odd. It's like 15 was definitely a pretty game. This is a good looking game, but it's not like, it didn't scream next gen to me, which is odd for Final Fantasy. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them have been like
cutting edge
in graphics.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, this game definitely does look better than 15, but then again, it's how many years later?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So of course it's going to look better than 15. But for the tech that it's on, I think you're right. I think 15 utilizes the PS4 better than 16 utilizes the PS5, which is kind of, like you said, it's kind of surprising, honestly. It's not a bad looking game, and I'm not going to be one of those morons that's like, oh, a PS3 could run this. It's like, not with the shadowing and all that. There's no way a PS3 could run this. There's PS3 games that look really good. But this is a whole new ball game.
Yeah, and they've definitely made sacrifices like in 13 to make it look good.
Yeah.
Like 13, you can't go that far. You're on rails because they're controlling the graphics and how many polygons are on screen or at a time and stuff like that.
Yeah. It looks really good.
It looks really good for a PS3 game. Like it looks great.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. There is only a couple pre-rendered cutscenes in this game.
Yeah,
it's kind of like 15 also only had like a handful, but this seems to have even less than 15 did.
Yeah, there's a lot of little filler cutscenes, honestly, and even some of the more major ones are kind of that way too. Because there's like in like the high end graphics cutscenes, you're right. There's only like a couple of them.
Yeah, it's the ending. The first time they meet Ultima, I think there's one. There's not that many.
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird for a Final Fantasy.
So odd. Yeah, we're so used to since 7, that's been like what the series does. It shows you this is the movie part.
Yeah.
You know? And then they've gone slowly further and further away from that.
And it's awkward because it's not like the God of War method where it's supposed to be like one shot. It's like it is a movie. It's filmed and like this is the events as they unfold. It's still got disconnections all over the place, but yet it's still to where we have a bunch of little cutscenes where you can skip the dialogue. That's really the difference is like, can you skip the dialogue in the cutscene or not? Because if you can't, it's a real cutscene. If you can, it's like a quasi cutscene, you know? It's somewhere in the middle where it's not that important. But if it's really important, the game's not going to let you do anything to skip. You might be able to skip it overall, but I mean like advance the dialogue by pressing X, you know? It's like pre-rendered. So it is weird that they're moving away from those because that used to be like the reward for finishing a certain section. You know, you finally beat that boss fight, and now you get the sweet cutscene of him dying and then like the aftermath of that fight. Whereas now, yeah.
Well, that's another Yoshi P thing though. Like those 14 games, they usually only have one or two. Like at the beginning and at the end.
That is
just
true.
At the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. And they have that filler cutscenes are in those games, those expansions.
Yeah, that's also one of my least favorite things on the planet. So it's in a lot of these side quests and in some of the main quests that we've already been complaining about where it's like it feels like a side quest. You go up to a character, the camera does its like medium it's medium shot. It's American shot of a person, and then they will talk, and they'll wait a second before they start to talk. Then they say their piece, and then it cuts back to Clive, and then he waits a second, and then he starts to talk. Those things drive me absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
They're all over the place in 14.
It's like, you're taking
and
my
now
time.
they're all over the place in this one. I know there are some in 15, but there didn't feel like there was a million in 15, you know?
Yeah, and it's just, it's the head nod thing in 14. It's like you just anything to add a couple more seconds to every cutscene. Like, we will do anything in our power to add 3 seconds.
No one ever cuts off someone in this game.
Yeah.
In the world of this game, everybody lets the other person, you finish speaking now. Okay, you've taken a breath. Okay, now it's my turn.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't like how polite these people are. I need them to be talking over each other and being like, I got a thing to go to, but I need you to do it. Okay, all right, thanks. It's like, there's none of that. It's like,
they're too kind.
Too kind.
Even the mortal enemies are too kind to each other. Like,
everybody has all goddamn day to say their piece.
Yeah, especially if your name is Barnabas.
Yeah, but I think it was a good looking game. Like, when I found out that like the main artist and one of the other like main creative guys was from FF12 in the Eve Elise games, I was like, checks out. Yep. Yeah. That's exactly how it feels.
Yeah, it's weird. It felt like 12 in a lot of ways the whole time I was playing it, and I guess that's probably part of it. It's the aesthetic. The setting, like you said earlier, is pretty similar. A lot of the stuff is totally different, though. Like, the gameplay is completely different, you know? Yeah. I think it is a good-looking game. I'm not going to bitch about the graphics, but I do think they could have worked with the tech more and really blown us away. And plus, there's a lot of in-game graphic cutscenes, which the in-game graphics are really good, but it's just not the same. I don't know. It doesn't hit the same.
It's not the same. Like, you can tell. Like, I've seen one of the comments there, and I've seen this brought up before, where it's like, well, the in-game graphics are getting almost as good as the other. I don't think they're getting almost there. I personally don't think they're getting almost there. They're closer than they used to be, but it's still not the same. They can't run one of these pre-rendered cutscenes like fully on the, like, it has to be rendered separately and then brought into the thing, and it's very clear.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be getting closer and closer, but like, but even then,
it's still something you expect from Final Fantasy, though.
Yeah,
is another thing, right?
And when you look at like graphics, you know, we might be getting better and better and better, but they still don't look like real life. You know what I mean? No, so like, there's a huge gap between what games are now and what they could be.
Yep. Correct.
And you know, I feel like that might be the sense of modernity where we feel like, oh, this is as good as they're going to get. But like, people have been saying that forever. No,
it's like you can watch Spirits Within and it's aged.
Yeah.
In the 13 cutscenes, I remember the first time I saw like Vanille in one of the like trailers for 13, and I was like, that's a real person.
Yeah.
And now I look at it and I'm like, well, it's clearly CGI. Like, it's definitely not a real person.
Yeah. So I feel like we fool ourselves into that.
Yeah. That happens all the time.
Just based on how things look. Yeah. And it's with time, it'll age properly.
We got a kid asking for something.
No, I can't help you. I don't know how to play that. Go figure it out. But I don't either. Anyway, I think it gets to that point where, you know, it seems like this is as good as it's going to get, but it's always seems like that. Like, when I was playing PS2 games, I was like Resident Evil 4. I was like, whoa, this is the best looking game ever. No,
dude, the first time, like the first like that era of game, it was on the Xbox, but I don't know. I didn't have really video games growing. It was like I went from the NES to the PS2, so that's a big gap, right?
Yeah.
Like, I knew the N64 existed. I probably like futzed around with it, but like the first time I saw like those graphics, it was Enter the Matrix, and it was just like. Yeah. Like, I saw that, I was like, wow. And then it blends into the movie for a second, you know?
Yeah.
Like they do in the Lord of the Rings games, for example. And I thought it was so realistic. And now I look at Enter Matrix, I'm like, it's not even good for the PS2.
No, it looks like shit. Yeah. wasn't even that big of a budget.
Yeah. But I mean, nowadays, I think back then, like the graphics race was a bigger deal than it is now. Like people don't even Nintendo's not even giving a shit about graphics.
Yeah, that's true.
They play for the gimmick and the fact that Mario's face is plastered on this. Like they don't care about the graphics.
Yeah, they're like purely gameplay and stuff like that. And they have their own crazy designs and stuff, so they care about that. But
yeah, I guess the graphics get too good to a point where it's like now a guy has to do all the art on that. Now that costs a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all those textures and
yeah, one of the ones
polygons.
that used to blow me away was when I played Grand Theft Auto 4 for the first time. Like there was a point where I was like in a house or something and I had a shotgun and I like shot the table and like the way it like chunked and there was like impacts from the shotgun. I was like, it can't possibly look any better than this. And like it looks so bad now comparatively. It's so crazy.
I
think our minds kind of fill in the gap too with time.
some of it is art direction though. It's not just the graphics, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes like the better looking games from the past were just like better color choice, better modeled. Like 12 looks way better than 10, right?
Yeah.
Even though 10 or like obviously we've talked about this a million times. There's less polygons in the models in 12, and they just decided to spend more time on the textures and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the game looks way better.
So the game looks better, and then like 13, obviously, it still looks great because the art direction was so good.
The only other one on PS3 to compare with it is freaking 14, and that one, honestly, 13 looks better than 14.
Yeah, 13 looks better than 14, yeah, by a long shot. I think 13 looks, for its system, it looks better than 15.
Yeah, I think so.
So, I don't know.
It's probably comparatively the best looking game in the series for its console. 6 is probably up there too.
Yeah, 6 is also up there with all the Mode 7 stuff and the larger sprites. And
and maybe FF9, but there's other stuff on PS1 that I think looks better. So.
Yeah, but 9 is cartoony.
Yeah, so that's where they save it.
Yeah.
You have a crazy art style, like a different art style, so you can kind of be more zany, and it covers up the age.
8 looks pretty good. 8 looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, music and sound.
All right. So, the music in this game is good. None of the pieces, though, none of them really are blow me away. I want to listen to. Like really good. You know what I mean? I don't know if you have this, but the one I like the most, and it's similar to like the FF7 one, it's just like the main map theme after probably the midway point of the game where you go onto the map and it's just like this like noise. It's just like bum. It's like foreboding, and it's like a sense of like everything's kind of falling apart. It doesn't really have any melody or anything to it. It's just like just
a mood piece.
Yeah, a mood piece. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And there's some good ones for the fights. Like the whole sequence with the Bahamut fight was like amazing. That whole part was really fucking cool.
I think any of the boss fights had really good music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really good, but like I don't know if they're to the legendary status of like post or pre FF11.
Well, this is
even FF11.
This is something we've discussed because of the Halo games that we've been going through in Nude Clan, our other video game podcast. And with the Halo games, you love the music, right? For the first 3 games.
Yeah.
And then it's like we're playing Halo 4 and 5. And now if you listen to the music on its own, it sounds
pretty good,
great.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, they've mixed the music really low in comparison to the sound effects. And this is something that a lot of modern movies have also been doing for the last 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
Is like the music as the technology and them being able to put track after track after track on top of each other, like in the sound design has come up and you're putting like sounds for like literally everything you're seeing on the screen. As that has gone up, the music has been mixed further and further down. And so because the music is not being presented as its own thing, it's just there to support everything else, in like a mood sort of a way instead of it being its own. Yeah, like it's just quieter, I think, is the thing.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. I think some of it has to do with how the music itself is mixed. With Soken, his stuff is really layered. There's a lot of things going on in his stuff. And I think with like Nobuo Uematsu and with Yoko Shimomura, their stuff is simpler in terms of like how many instruments are going at once and how they each like support the main melody. And so the things are not, I don't know. I think it is just harder to get into. I like Soken's music a lot. I was wondering what he would do if he did anything besides 14 and like what he would give us. I do think this just sounds like his music from 14. Like when the battle theme plays from 16 and I hear it in like a video or something like that after the fact, like I go, oh yeah, that's from 16. It's not from Heaven's Word.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I felt like the battle theme was straight out of FF8.
Oh,
honestly.
it starts with almost note for note. The first like 4 measures, there's a lot of similarities, but then it goes on its own.
Yeah, that's
way.
true.
So I know what you're saying there. Yeah. But I still think like all the instrumentation, how it's mixed, kind of the tone of it, that's all very Soken. Soken's a distant third place for me as far as like the composers, the main composers that have worked on this series are. So he's definitely like, I think the music's better than 12. I think the music's better than 13 generally.
Yeah.
It's really good, but yeah, I wasn't thinking about the soundtrack a week later, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's
I can't hum any of it to you right now.
Yeah.
Like I appreciated it in the moment, but it's not, I don't know, it's not sticking with me like the other FF music has.
That's pretty much where I'm at with it as well. It's good, and it was good when I played it, and it was good, you know, like you said, in the moment. But now that I'm thinking back, I can't really think of any other songs other than like the little. And one thing I'm glad that they did do was the chocobo. Yeah, you get like a little theme.
Yeah.
And then you go back to the map music. I'm like, oh, thank you.
He does. I am remembering some stuff now. He does utilize the main themes from Final Fantasy in really interesting ways.
Yeah.
Like he'll use like from Final Fantasy 1 specifically, like he'll use like the overworld theme and he'll like slow it down, make it like a beautiful piano piece or like a sinister sounding thing, just depending on how, like he was like, okay, well, I'm going to do Final Fantasy, but I'm going to take the Nobuo stuff, the old Nobuo stuff that's been reused in a lot of the series, and I'm going to like mesh with it my own way. I thought that was something that he did that was really cool.
Yeah, that's true. And like the main theme that plays right before the final hurrah, the last like little, okay, we got to go save the world moment, you know, the main theme was a cool mix, cool version of that.
I did not hate the final song at the end. I don't know who made the final song, but
yeah, it wasn't bad.
As far as as far as songs can be in this series, certainly not bad. Not as good as 15.
Not as good as Stranger of Paradise.
Or Stranger of Paradise.
Yeah, the greatest final song in the series.
There's no Frank Sinatra coming in. No,
that's so awesome, man.
But I thought it was a solid go. So good job, Soken.
Yeah.
You didn't screw the pooch. It was good. It just like Soken's music has never like stuck to me. I recognize it when I get into the game and the game reminds me that it exists. But I'm not humming it like I am humming Nobuo stuff like outside of the game a week later. I can't like I've played just as many hours of this as I have FF9, and I can still like hum pieces of FF9.
Yeah, FF9 is like a masterpiece soundtrack.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe that's unfair.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, so is 7, and so is 10.
I think 15 soundtrack is also. Unfortunately, I think this is a large step down from 15 as far as in terms of soundtracks.
Yeah, I don't think it's as strong. The big moments aren't nearly as big.
No,
the doldrum kind of like background music is probably on par. But I think the epic moments of 15, the soundtrack is way better.
Yep. So, not that this was bad at all. But
it's not bad.
You and I might be in the minority because some people just like blow Soken all day. So
if you like 90s music, I guess
Oh
You
yeah,
gotta find it here. Not in this game as much as
Not in this
14,
one,
but
no.
it's like, okay, here's a freaking Power Man 5000 song. Okay, here's another song. There was like 4 of them that I heard when I was playing 14. I was like, this is the Cranberries song. Like, there's a
Yeah.
lot of them where I'm like, but then you get the awesome, like, sitar metal track that's like,
you
that
get
one's
that
sick.
one. You get the
Yeah, that one's actually pretty good. As much as I love to make
starts
fun
hilariously, but
of it. Yeah. And then like
there's nothing stupid in this one. There was nothing super annoying.
yeah, that's
Although
true.
the Chocobo theme in and out, when I had to get on and off the Chocobo a few times, I was like, stop with that little sting. It's like, and it'll have like some other ominous music going that just totally doesn't
Yeah.
mesh with it.
But-
that happened a few times.
But it wasn't. I was like, I'm glad they did that because in 11 and 14, certain mounts would have like the soundtrack, and I was like, I had to turn that shit off. Like in 11
Yeah.
especially, I was like, I cannot listen to this fucking theme. The map theme is amazing, and I got to listen to this dog shit.
Yeah.
Like the fucking the Halloween one, the broom in 14. Oh, turn that off. Like it drives me nuts. Like
Yeah.
fuck.
That's a good point.
And like and then the 14 does that too though. I'll be walking through that awesome dungeon with the fucking Middle Eastern metal sound to it, and then we'll go into the battle and it's like, oh, the boss theme you've heard 6,000 times. Aren't you excited? No. Give me the old track. It fits. This doesn't fit. I've already heard the song.
Generally, like the sound design, I think is good. I don't really have anything to complain about.
No, not really. No.
Performances. Clive sometimes felt like he was stretching how in the English voice cast it sounded like he was stretching the deep voice thing, like like the actor wasn't actually at that tone, and sometimes he had to put in a little extra growl there when no one would ever growl in whatever situation he was talking in.
Yeah.
So there were like some moments like that. I think Gertz is a horrible character and he's horribly performed and I don't get it. And why? It's like, why? Why was that ever a choice? It's the worst side character in Final Fantasy in
A long time.
a long time. Probably
Yeah.
since Zell. No.
Yeah. Since Hot Dog Man. Since Hot Dog Eating Contest. I think the voice cast was pretty good. Obviously Sid, that was jarring at first, but he's a good voice actor, so his was great. Mid's was kind of annoying, I guess. Her accent was like ridiculous.
Well, she has her dad's out of place accent.
Yeah, but hers is like, she's like fucking the chick from Brave, man. She's like just straight up, like out of nowhere, just Scottish as fuck.
Well, it's like Barnabas being out of nowhere a Spanish dude. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically freaking what's his face from Game of Thrones? The guy from the Red Viper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oberyn Martell. It's just Oberyn
It's Oberyn.
Martell.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's right.
It's just out of nowhere. But I don't know. I think overall the voice acting was pretty good, and I liked Clive. I like Clive as a character, and I think the voice actor helped that. But you might be right about him not having as deep of a voice as he wanted. But
Puts in. Yeah. It's sometimes I just felt the falseness of the voice acting, but it's not a big deal. And it's also only the English voice cast. You can, of course, listen to this in other languages
of course, yeah.
if you so desire. We got a lot of reviews and questions from our audience. So let's get to those.
Let's do it.
All right, so our first review is from JTFM. I was pleasantly surprised with the writing in this game. It's incredibly well written outside of some unnecessarily edgy F-bombs here or there. Oh, we didn't even talk about that. Oh yeah, this is the first rated M FF game, which was, well, main series
Other
game.
than, Stranger.
Yeah, Stranger and Type 0.
Type 0.
And we got some. This actually bugged me. And I just remembered this thanks to this. Clive was brought up in a castle as a prince. And yes, people have brought this up. Yes, there is a long gap between him like being the prince and then him being like the rebel guy. But some of the F-bombs felt forced. And like some of them would be like, I don't believe a prince would drop an F-bomb right now. I believe like any sort of like things that are like base and of the people below him that would not be within his vocabulary. And so I thought it was like, I think it was a wrong choice, frankly, to like not have how he grew up be a part of his character intrinsically, including in how he talks. And that bothers me. I mean, we got an entire like British voice cast to kind of like put the medieval English spin on this thing.
Yeah.
And that wasn't really, it doesn't seem like that was really considered, like where people come from and how they speak. For example, Sid and Mid's accent out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Barnabas, at least we get an explanation that he, like in the active time lore, that he comes from a faraway land. But the other ones seemed like arbitrary choices. And like the F words seemed sometimes, not every time, but oftentimes seemed arbitrary, where like Clive was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, especially they gave him the voice of like a modern silent Clint Eastwood type, and Clint Eastwood type would never swear.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood type would not say anything, like maybe a wince if they got hurt or something like that. That's what's confusing to me. Like none of the archetypes and none of the behavior really makes sense with like what exactly they say in the game. Probably not the same in the Japanese version, I'm hoping, but yeah, some of those things, some of those details I thought were just kind of brushed over, and instead we just got like random fucks with, hey, I say fuck all the time, but I am an obnoxious guy with like a higher pitched voice that like says a bunch of stupid shit. I'm not a fucking like, I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
But Clive is supposed to be.
Yeah, that's true.
So that bugs me. I don't know if it bugs like what you think about all the rated M stuff.
I didn't feel like it was super egregious. I think the blood was fine and all of that, and like that's appreciated. But yeah, I mean the language, I do feel like they never get to do it, so they get like go a little crazy with it when they do.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Overall, it didn't really bug me that much. It was. I mean, it's unfortunate because I like being able to fully play games with the kids around, and I'm like, man, this is weird. It's a Final Fantasy that I can't play with the kids around, and like the last one was this is also a Final Fantasy I couldn't play with the kids around, so it's weird to have those. But I didn't think it was that bad.
Okay. The amount of this is back to JTFM. The amount of interpretation left to the player is unreal. And it's done in such a way that even at face value, it's a solid, good story. If you want to dig deeper and find more meaning to the very obvious symbolism left in much of the characters, dialogue, and names, you absolutely can. The more I think about the ending and the structure of the story, the more wowed I am as to the attention to detail for biblical stories and old Judeo-Christian or Catholic literature, such as Paradise Lost. I do wish that the game was mechanically deeper in combat, as it goes on about as long as God of War Ragnarok with less mechanical depth. It feels like it's trying to be DMC with less fun and flashy combos. However, I cannot say that this game isn't fun. I think they mostly knocked it out of the park with some very high highs and somewhat negligible lows. So that was JTFM. You got the...
That's his whole review?
Yeah, that's
all right. All right, so we got another one here.
From Brulo.
I almost gave his actual name. 16 review. Hey guys, I know you'll be getting a lot of reviews and you will have already discussed the entire game, so I'll keep this brief and just hit on the review areas. Story. At the beginning of this game, the story had more potential than any FF to date. There was a political intrigue, betrayal, gruesome death. The story remained very strong up until Sid died. Without him, the story was purely meh, predictable, and hardly interesting enough to keep me from 16ing the cutscenes.
Wow.
14ing the cutscenes.
Me and Jake. Me and Brulo are on totally opposite sides of that fence. I was having trouble being interested in the first half, and then I was way more interested in the second half. But
Yeah.
okay.
Graphics and design. This game is easily the best looking 3D FF game for the first 50% of the game or so. Character models feel real. The world is vibrant. It feels lived in and actualized. Once the sky turns gray, this game looks like puke and is depressing to play for way too long of a time.
I think that's part of it. I think that's on purpose, though.
Yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah.
I don't know.
Combat. What if we took FF13-3 and Stranger of Paradise combat, but made them way more simplistic and boring? Oh, wow. Combat animations feel quite satisfying, but the fucking monotony of dodge, attack, stagger gets so boring by the end, I was skipping every possible battle I could. Some of the icon battles are cool, I guess. Sound and music, easily the best part of the game to me. The way Soken incorporates themes, riffs from this entire FF series into the soundtrack is incredible. I can't believe that he has created thousands of tracks for Square Enix over the past 9 years. Combat sounds are very well done and feel satisfying. The voice acting is some of the best I've ever seen in gaming. Sid is incredible. Overall / legacy, this game is a very weird FF to me. I like a lot of things in this game, but as a game overall, it's simply too bland, predictable, and boring to really challenge the top of my list. I enjoyed my time with the game immensely, but I feel this will probably be forgotten in months. Clive is maybe the coolest protagonist in the series, but even that could not rescue this game from mediocrity. Series.
Clive says fuck to you.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Main series rankings 7, 6, 15, 7 remake, 14, 2.0 to 6.0, 12, 5, 10, 16, 13, 9, 8, 4, 2, 3, 1.
So it's right in the middle of the pack.
Cheers, Brulo. Yeah.
On his 7 remake's not a main series. If you're going to do that, you're going to do 10 too.
Middle of the pack is where 15 belongs.
All right. So Skull Question has a Skull Hottie has a question for us. Question, I think the discourse around the game's comparisons to Game of Thrones is a little overstated. Is it? Is it though?
Yeah.
Anyway, they probably were inspired by it. They even say it and reference it. But to me, it reads more like tactics. So FF Tactics. Was Game of Thrones based off tactics? Or maybe they just have some similarities. Thoughts?
Well, they have... I mean, Game of Thrones and Tactics are both based off of the same events in history.
Yeah, War of the Roses.
Yeah, the 40-year war kind of stuff.
And the most famous dramatic version of that pre-Game of Thrones and pre-Final Fantasy Tactics. That's a distant second on that one. The Shakespeare did the first 3 plays of his were the Henry VI, Part 1, 2, and 3. And then Richard III, which is the good one out of those plays. Those are his War of the Roses plays.
Yeah.
Some people have edited them into like one giant play where it's like a whole bunch of characters and a whole bunch of like settings and situations as it goes throughout this entire like conflict.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as the dramaturgy of it that I'm aware of, like Shakespeare did it a long time ago. And there's books where they have like a bunch of characters and situations and there's big epic conflicts and stuff like that going on at the same time. I mean, Tale of Two Cities is one of those.
Yeah.
And there's a old novel called The Betrothed, which is like a medieval kind of situation with the plague and all this and a whole bunch of like travel and epic stuff. And so it's not new, but it's not just the setting of it. It's not just that it's epic and there's a lot of characters and there's a lot of conflict going on. It's literally characters having the exact same character traits, like having a dog companion that is from the north and is magical. It's like all this stuff. It's way more. It's so similar. It's like laughable when you first watch. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, like me and Schweiss are, and we were starting to play this game, you're seeing a bazillion similarities.
Yeah.
A bazillion. It's not just one thing. It's like dozens of things.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's not casual. Like, it's in there. It's deep. So I don't think it's overstated. It doesn't make it bad. It's not like it's not so close it's a ripoff.
Yeah.
But it does, like, it's there. It's there, and it's funny how much it's there to me. Any other thoughts on that?
No, I agree. I mean, we were making fun of it, so.
Yeah. Question 2. This game has a lot of references from other FF games to bend the knee, to Ultima having his eyelids cut out, and Ultimate move being called Event Horizon, a clear reference to a lesser known. This game has a ton of references. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm totally misread this question. This game has a ton of references from other FF games to bend the knee, to Ultima having his eyelids cut out, and Ultimate move being called Event Horizon, a clear reference to a lesser known horror movie named Event Horizon. What are some Easter eggs and references that you found? I don't know. It would have, like, outside of the Game of Thrones ripoff stuff that we can easily come to mind. I know that one of Koji Fox's favorite things to do is take references to pop culture stuff and put it in, like, quest names and crap like that.
Yeah, there was some of that. I don't find that memorable enough to remember.
Not to just bring it up. But, like, if you were watching us on stream, we'd probably say, like, oh, that's a this. But
yeah.
No.
That's yeah. I mean, I'm glad they don't make it into the game other than the name of the quest, but it's not memorable enough for me. So, good friend of the show here, Frost, says, after the first few hours, I thought this game had a chance to be one of my favorite FFs. The first 5 hours or so, up to Garuda, were amazing. Unfortunately, this game got worse as it dragged on, and having completed the normal mode, it's probably a 7 out of 10. Which places it near the bottom of my mainline FF rankings. Okay, I'll just start with the big issue. The game never shuts up. I can't count how many times I said, are they still talking out loud while playing this game? I never played 14, but if this is how I imagine it must have gone for you guys, this is exactly how it went for us. The combat was fine for the first 20 or so hours, but I never felt the new icons did enough to change up my abilities. Yeah, that's pretty much what we were saying. Shift or ignition into them, spam your moves, dodge around for a bit, repeat. I guess getting Odin was cool since the unique sword attacked so much faster that it made parrying super easy. But overall, I probably used 8 moves the whole playthrough. I didn't even bother trying most of them. When I finished the game, I had well over 10,000 unused ability points.
Whoa.
Maybe they're needed in Final Fantasy mode, but I'm not sure I enjoy the combat enough to even give that a go. Other complaints: no elemental weaknesses, no real magic again. That ending was some Kingdom Hearts bullshit. The icon fights were more frustrating than fun.
Kingdom Hearts bullshit? I don't know what he's referencing.
Yeah, I do feel like they managed to tell a coherent story, although it came off as a conglomeration of previous IP. The first half was a lot of Game of Thrones, and the latter half, God is making you stronger so you can collect the souls of others so he can reset the world. Lightning Returns, anyone? At least we didn't defeat the boss with the power of friendship. Music was mostly forgettable. For positives, the production values were off the charts, fabulous graphics, and the voice acting may have been the best I've ever experienced in a game. In summary, this may be a one and done for me. The only way I'd ever replay this is for trophies, skipping every side quest and cutscene, and the combat isn't engaging enough to even make him want to do that. Out of the big 3 releases so far this year, I'd have to rank them Diablo 4, Zelda, FF16, and there's a pretty big gulf between 16 and Zelda. At least 7 Remake Part 2 should be good. Frost.
Okay. It's still 7 out of 10. So
yeah.
It was like a negative sounding
7
review.
7 out of 10. I hated every minute of it.
It'd be a fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Hail Blue says, I believe that this was the right step in the right direction for the series. They went back to the roots of the stories, but evolved the combat to something really interesting. I am very curious on where the series will go next. Question: do you find Ultima a good villain or just bland?
Kind of bland, honestly. I don't think he's that interesting.
I think. Well, he's not as good as the last one.
No.
Not as good as many of the 14 villains.
Definitely talked less than the 14 villains. It's kind of nice.
I mean, I think it's better than 13's like orphan that you have to fight at the end. Like,
yeah, that one's a dumb one.
Yeah. So at least it doesn't have that. At least it didn't do the bad guy switch. Like they planted him and he was there at the end. I actually think he's fine. He's fine as a villain. He's creepy. Like when he was doing that stuff with like the Benedicta where he like turning into Benedicta and all that stuff. That was pretty cool. I don't really think he's bland, but I get what maybe people are having trouble with. It's like he's not really a full-on character. It's like a force.
Yeah, he's not really a person. He's just like he's a god, so it's kind of hard to make him interesting because he can do whatever he wants, basically. I think the philosophy and stuff with him was kind of interesting, where he's like, you guys, in the time I was away, you developed free will, and I don't like that, so now I'm going to reset everything. Kind of the opposite of the Christian God, but, it's still kind of an interesting take. That stuff was interesting, but I don't know. Overall, I think he's a pretty mid-tier main bad guy. He's not nearly as, like, compelling as others, but that's just kind of the nature of him being, like, the creator of this universe, so I don't know.
What was your favorite part of the game?
Probably the Bahamut fight. That was pretty sweet.
Bahamut fight was pretty sweet. I think when Odin split the sea was pretty sweet.
That was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bahamut fight is close. That's close. Least favorite part, the ship building crap, where I have to go get like a tiny bit of ingredients to apparently smother this entire thing so that it could work. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, and it was just fetch quest bullshit.
Yeah, to have that in the main quest is kind of offensive. So,
what would you have changed about it? I would have cut the dumb quests, made more side quests available in those dumb quest moments, and you could have your choice of like, do you want to continue the narrative or fuck around? Instead of making the narrative feel like it fucks around.
Yeah, that's not a good choice.
That would be my thing that I would change about it. What would you change?
Yeah, I would do that. I'd probably cut about 10 hours out of the main story and streamline it to where it's like really solid and it's just the events,
Yeah. Okay. Shinryu has a bunch of questions. Let's see if we can hammer these out.
Okay.
What did you think of the music? How would you compare the music to say FF12, 13, and 15 soundtracks? Which do you prefer more? I can quickly answer that. I think it's better than FF12. It's more memorable than FF12's music at the very least. It's not that none of them have bad scores. But 12, it's kind of bland to me in comparison. 13 has some amazing moments, but has some weird choices.
Yeah.
Some weird ones that kind of take it off the table. And I think the soundtrack is used incorrectly in some scenes, and that's kind of direction, and that's also kind of the music, like bling, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
That theme is used in some parts where it was like making it melodramatic and dumb, and it was like, okay, take the music out, and this scene would work better, I think. Yeah. And the FF15 soundtrack, I think 15 is one of my favorite soundtracks in the series. So for me, it does not hit 15's high there, but I think it's solid.
Yeah, I think 12 has more memorable tracks to me than you say, but I also have played it like 5 times.
Yeah, you played 400 hours worth of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd probably more than that, honestly.
Well, I mean, here you could tell the difference. It's like when we saw Distant Worlds, the Nobuo stuff.
Yeah.
Always like, and it's just been fully orchestrated. Same people orchestrating it too. And it's like, there's a bunch of dynamics and stuff going on in the Nobuo stuff. When they played the 12 soundtrack and when they played the Soken stuff, it just kind of felt like a loop that they went on for like 6 minutes and then they ended the song.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's how it felt like to me. It's like, that's where you can feel the difference between the composers. It's almost like, where does the music take you?
Yeah, it's less interesting. With those, I mean, I'd probably say 15 is the best one. And then I'd say probably 13 over this one. And then this one and probably 12. So I'd agree.
This and 13 are I don't know. There's things I like about this more than 13.
Yeah,
soundtrack.
there's some in 13 that's really good too, though.
Yeah.
So it's hard.
13 also has lower lows.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. What boss gave you the hardest time to beat?
The
clones. The guy who's like the clone guy that you fight for the
really?
first time. Yeah, I think that was the only boss fight that I like died twice on or something like that.
I think one of the summon ones was annoying, where I was like trying to stop. I think it was when I was stopping Bahamut. I had to do it like 4 times.
The in the air stuff is not great in this game. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, that's a slightly like if you're on the ground and you're doing the icon fights, it's fine. When you're in the air, like it's cool looking, but sometimes you're like, oh, I didn't hit because I can't tell where I am right now.
Yeah, I can't see. Yeah.
What part did you die in the most? The hunt with the dragon that I had to come back to later.
Yeah, that's the same.
Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was there something you really hated about this game that wasn't in other recent FF games? I think it's like the exploration in the map and stuff like that for me.
Yeah.
Where like the other games have done it better.
Yeah, nothing that I hated per se, but
no, yeah. How would you rate the graphics in this game just on visuals playing in graphics mode? We already talked about that. Do you think they should do story DLC like 15, which they now announced already?
For 16?
Story DLC?
No, I think you should make a game and be done. I think that's part of the reason why they take so long. That's part of the reason why they're not as good. There's a lot of problems with it. Like that's what I love about the new God of War games, or any God of War game. None of them have DLC. One of them had like a multiplayer DLC. That's it. It's like, here's our game. Here's all the stuff. Go explore it. We're done.
We can definitely... I think the world is bigger than what we've actually seen in the game. I think.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind a sequel or something like that. I'm not a big fan of DLC. I never buy DLC except for these shows. So... Yeah, I don't give a shit. Like if I wasn't doing a Final Fantasy show and a DLC came out for like 15, for example, I wouldn't have ever played that DLC. Ever.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So, what do you think of the dungeons of this game? There's not really any dungeons.
Yeah.
What do you think of the final dungeon / final area? It just kind of is there. You just walk up.
Sim.
Yeah, it's kind of lame, huh?
Yeah.
What did you think of the final boss fights? Epic. Although I think the game peaked at Titan and Bahamut, I think the final boss was actually kind of like lackluster in comparison.
Yeah, it's weak in comparison to those.
We also had all the good stuff. So even though it was like you would hit him a few times and it was artificially stopping you from doing any damage, we were still beating him pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Was there a weapon, spell, or ability you were sad that was missing from the game? Missing. You couldn't just get into an icon mode. Couldn't just be like, oh, I'm gonna be 100 feet tall now. Excuse me.
That would have been sweet. Yeah,
that would have been pretty cool.
And it kind of doesn't make sense that you can't do that, to be honest. Other than the fact that it's like very damaging to them as people, and sometimes you can't control themselves. Like with Bahamut, where you went into rage mode.
Yeah,
I don't know though. That is something I miss though, because in the past you've kind of like 10, you've been able to actually like straight up control the summons when they come out, and that would have been a cool like hybrid. And you can do that with the icon fights, but
maybe that's in the DLC.
Yeah, maybe you just like massive amounts of soldiers below you and just stomping them like ants.
Did any part of the game give you strong emotional feelings or made you almost cry? Nothing made me cry in this game. The Joshua dying was rough. And the suicide scene from the mother was pretty dark.
Yeah. I definitely laughed at the Pantera cover final scene where you punch the guy and then it's like R1 and you're like just pushing your fist into his face a little bit more, and I was dying. I was like, this is so dumb.
That was a cool part of the final fight, was that you, or not that part, but like before that, when you like, he was using the same like icon powers as you were. And like you were like going back and forth. That was a pretty sweet
That was cool
moment. I would say like another. I mean, when the the gratuitous almost nudity in this game, but it like the fire scene, like the campfire scene. I thought that was a good scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Despite the like whether there was nudity or not, that would have been a good scene. Would you like FF17 to continue with the what FF16 set out to do, or do you want something completely different next time?
I mean, I think battle system wise, we'll probably have some kind of hybrid between. I think they'll probably scale it back a little bit from the action and blend more RPG elements in there. I want them to go overcorrect yet again and make an open world game. Hopefully, they'll make an open world medieval style game though, instead of overcorrecting to make it like modern, like 15 was. So I want an open world medieval Final Fantasy instead.
You know, at this point, there's so many games of just like, as long as it's single player, that's what I want out of Final Fantasy. I don't want them to be like Final Fantasy 17 online and be like, no. That's what I would do.
Never be done. Never.
I liked how story based it was. That was good. Not like 15 wasn't, because it was. So I don't know what I'm comparing it to, I guess, but yeah, I want more side stuff that's meaningful and chunky and fun. I want more fun in it, not list items. I know that Soken loves like exclamation points and checking things off. That's great, Soken, but maybe a little less of that and a little bit more of like, give me some Fable, you know, give me some real estate, give me some card games, give me some like some extra, some gambling, you know, some racing. I want some more of that, like the world exploration in the fun sense, not just in the I'm helping people kill some stuff sense, which is of course what 15 had. This one, it gave us more chunky side quest stuff, but it was still not. It was still lackluster. I think.
I mean, we put a bunch of hours into it, but I do feel like you're right. Like FF12, the first time I got the Order of Ambrosia, which is like the ultimate rank in the game, when you've explored everything you've got, you basically platinumed it. It was like 120 hours or something. Like, this is nowhere near that, man. And yeah, I can play it again on a higher difficulty, but like that's not the same thing. You know what I mean? So I could use some more content. And I feel like streamlining the main story a little better would make it a better experience, you know?
Yeah.
Set of side quests and the main quests.
Do you get annoyed that FF games now have trash loot compared to the old games, where you find a blood sword in a chest, for example? What did you think of finding 3 gil or 5 gil loot? I think I already said this. I wish the gil actually mattered in this game.
Yeah.
You get too much money, and it's like, okay, I can upgrade my sword, and I don't even have that many things to buy on me.
Yeah.
I think there's like there's a middle ground between like FF9, which is like customize every, like you have like 12 pieces of armor and it's like too much, I think.
Yeah.
I think FF6 kind of got it right. I think that's about.
Yeah, 6 is pretty good on the equipment and stuff. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the value of their currency. They definitely know nothing of modern monetary theory. They're not just corrupting their currency. There's barely any money in this world. So it's nice in like low numbers, but again, it almost is meaningless. Like whatever I need to buy, I'm able to buy whenever. And that's where it's like, well, is it a balanced game or is it an easy game? I don't know. It's kind of in the middle, and the money is the same way. I have enough to buy whatever I need, so it's of no consequence, really.
Shinru asked specifically what your 3 favorite characters were.
3?
Yeah, 3.
Clive, Sid,
the blacksmith.
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you want here? I don't care.
And then Goots.
Yeah, fuck you. No,
okay. Those 2, and then I guess his uncle. I don't know who I'd pick as third string. Maybe
I would pick the blacksmith. That guy made me laugh every time I went to go get. Like, he was way funnier than Gertz was. Like, way funnier.
Yeah.
Just being like, what? No, I don't want to make that for you. Fine. Oh, like just annoyed that you're giving him work.
Yeah, that's funny.
What areas or environments did you enjoy the most?
I liked Waloed a lot, like the desolated lands right before you got to the castle.
Cool.
It looked cool. And the desert. I always like desert areas. I don't know why. But I liked that map. I thought it was cool. And like going out and exploring the
I thought that was the best looking area. Yeah, with the crystals popping out of the ground in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
I liked it.
I don't know. None of the environments like stood out to me enough where I would say like one was like a bad environment, one was a good. I think it just like was a place to walk on to get to the next spot. I think that's also a problem with like the modern like thing icon and the thing. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's where I'm going. Which like I'm a person who hates getting lost in games. So usually I'm complaining about it, but this one was too hand-holdy for me.
That's fair.
Was there an area or part of the game that really surprised you or took you by surprise? Any plot twists you couldn't see coming? Plot twists I couldn't see coming? What's her name killing herself? Annabella?
Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah, that was a big moment.
A lot of the other stuff was pretty expected, though. It was like I wasn't surprised that Joshua was still alive. I wasn't surprised that Clive was the other summon. None of that was surprising. So,
was this game too easy? I think it might be the easiest mainline FF game since FF10. Seriously, they did make it easier for newcomers, I think. Barely ever died. You've never played FF11. If you think it's the easiest mainline since FF10. Oh.
Also, FF10, if you're burning through it, it's actually kind of tough.
Yeah, if you are not paying attention, which I have not. I've gotten stuck on the final boss in 10.
Yeah,
and I was
stuck on
Jekt
and I couldn't get past
it. So
which I guess is the final boss, pretty much,
that is
right?
the final boss. That's what I mean.
A joke.
Is big Jekt.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's probably too easy, but I think it's also fairly balanced.
15, I think, is easier than this one.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, the combat's a little more complex than this, so maybe.
Yeah. Which recent FF game did you like the combat more? 15, 7 Remake, Stranger of Paradise, or 16? I think 7 Remake's the best out of those ones.
Yeah, if we were to mix it in, 7 Remake, 16, 15 Stranger, maybe. I don't know. Stranger was really fun, too, though.
Stranger was fun.
Maybe I'll put Stranger above 15s. 15s isn't bad. None of these are bad.
None of these are bad.
That's the hard part. Like, 15 being the bottom. I love to dunk on 15.
7 Remake was the one that was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, this was surprising how good the combat was.
Yeah.
It's like so, yeah.
It's like the perfect mix of everything they've done.
Okay. Shinru has a really long review. I would love for you to pull up Discord and take every other paragraph for me. Review. I enjoy some things about this game, but then I dislike some things about this game. I feel like as an FF game, there are things that the games need to do or include for them to be a real FF game, so that when things are too different, it kind of feels like another game. This game clearly was heavily influenced by Game of Thrones, Witcher, God of War, and other modern fantasy/medieval setting type games. While I mourn the loss of cool new innovation in the turn-based combat direction instead of going in the action RPG direction, I understand why they felt they need to do this. Pros. Really liked the characters in this one and story more than some of the recent FF games. I think they did a great job. I think they need to keep up in this area for the next games. The story does have some weird stuff that happens later on, but so do 8, 9, 13, and 15, and other games in the series. The graphics/visuals are really nice. Felt like a real world. I played first on graphics mode because it's what the developers intended, and then tried performance mode for bosses and stuff. They did a good job. The length, I felt like for a modern FF game, it was pretty good in not being too long, say Witcher 3, but also not being too short like God of War. You think God of War is short? That's like a 30-hour game.
Yeah, that's pretty long.
I don't know. It had a nice balance. I like it's not as long as some of the Final Fantasies, but it had a nice balance, and you could skip ahead fast to just do story stuff if you wanted. I say good job to them on this. For this on keeping it balanced in terms of game time. Like it's not just the typo that screwed me up. It was also the screaming children in the background. I'm sorry, Shinru.
Yeah. So am I at cons?
Yeah, you're at cons.
Okay, sorry, I'm even getting distracted here. The music. Sorry, while some tracks might have been good, I swear I already forgot the majority of the soundtrack. Definitely a step down from most of the recent FF games. Sure, the bombastic icon fight scores were nice during the fights to make them more epic, but I'm listening to that say over something...
He's not listening.
But I'm not listening to that say something as simple as FF13's battle theme or intro song. It's strange. Usually FF games have memorable, amazing music, but this one felt like the majority of the tracks are just there, kind of forgettable and just all right. If I'm wrong or crazy, let me know, but I will go back and listen to 13, 10, and 13 and FF10 music constantly.
FF3 to FF10.
Oh, 3 to 10, sorry. This one, probably not. I'll do this one too. The combat, while being fun, is pretty bare bones, even with all the unlockable abilities. I know you guys played Nier Automata, Devil May Cry 5, and God of War, and even Stranger of Paradise. Something about those action games just felt way better with more variety than the combat in this game. Disagree with Stranger. This game's better than Stranger.
Yeah, I think this game's better than Stranger.
I would say the combat felt like baby's first action RPG, and they tried to make it cool and flashy, but later it got real repetitive and not as skillful or unique as it should have been. If you go watch live streams, everyone is doing the same attacks on the same bosses in the same way. There's like no variety or even skill. Dodging...
skill variety.
Even skill variety, sorry. It's like everyone just uses the same strategy, if there even is any strategy. I started to worry when I was doing attacks, dodging and never taking damage or dying halfway through the game, and was like, what the fuck is this battle system? Nier Automata, on the other hand, kicks my ass in the first area, makes me get good and feels awesome as my skill improves and as I gain more abilities. This game, not so much. Interesting that they were both Square Enix games. Kind of.
Exploration, linearity, and the world map. I have to say it, but this game is definitely more like FF10 or 13 in terms of linearity. Sure, you branch off and can go places, but it really is more of a go from point A to point B area following this path for most of the game. They have a world map. It would have been nice if they gave us a small version of Clive that could walk on it like in the old days. Are you telling me that the PS5 can't handle that? Also, I tried to explore, and the game gives you an illusion of exploration sometimes, but then you find out quick that you really can't go any further back behind the trees or behind some houses. So the game gets claustrophobic sometimes.
Also, speaking of world map, totally the Game of Thrones map. Like the blown out lighting, like the styles of the building. Like, fuck. The first time I saw it, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like the water is like kind of alive. I'm like, oh my God.
I like how I bet there's like a guy, the artist guy who comes up. I was like, oh, I got like 3 different versions of the map for you, boss. And he's like, oh, which one looks like Game of Thrones? Okay.
The other one is your map splaining. If it's not map splaining or Game of Thrones, get it out of my face.
The answer is, does it look like Game of Thrones or not? If it looks like Game of Thrones, we put it in the game. If it doesn't look like Game of Thrones, you throw it the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's for other Final Fantasy games. That's for you creative unit business 1.
Yeah. Send it to those losers.
Big icon fights. Honestly, I would have just preferred human versus big icon fights instead of the big bombastic mash quick time event set pieces that sometimes took forever to beat. It was streamer bait, plain and simple, and Square wanted to garner the wow, epic dude gamer crowd that saw gameplay or trailers. I think I wasn't a fan that much, if any. If you ever played Asura's Wrath on PS3, the icon battles are just that game. Dungeons and chests. Loot. I wish it was more like classic FF dungeons. I'm talking FF 1 through 9 style, but I guess those kind of days are long gone. Would have been nice to see more classic FF monster diversity.
Yeah. Side quests. Controversial opinion. I know some people love them, but hear me out. There are great side quests in this game. About 20% of them, especially the ones with more story, are great. But the rest are the most boring, brain-dead, tedious, annoying side quests, just like in FF15. Whatever happened to the more fun quests being the main and only quests we would get? Also, I hate the rewards for a lot of these side quests. can I get like an Excalibur or a Masamune from just doing a fun quest or something, please? I don't want garbage synthesis items I can pick up in the field or in battle, damn it. Witcher 3 did side quests so good where you would want to do them all because each one had decisions that matter and change the story and give you actual good rewards, and the fun character interaction is great. Older FF games in the PS1 SNES era had this, but now it's kind of completely just bland quests. Hunts are good though. Did Schweiss like them more or less than the FF12 and 13 ones? Way less than 12. I guess more than 13. I don't know.
Do you really like it more? Because 13 had like some really difficult ones, right?
Yeah, 13s were
It was
tough.
more skill based. This one only had the one hard one.
Yeah, I guess 13s are probably better. They're all the same.
I didn't mean. I'm just why I was asking.
They're all the same after 12, honestly, because it's like 13. You got the list. You go do them. It's done. It's what this feels like. It's like dirty, and this one at least adds the element of. You do a little story, you go check the hunt board. Ooh, look, there's some more hunts. You go do the hunts, then you go do the story. I enjoyed that in this one, but the quality of them, it's definitely, they did it right the very first time with 12. So, score, he's leaning in the 7 direction, 7 out of 10. I think while playing, I was going to give it a 6.5, but I think 7 is definitely where I stand with this game.
Okay. Well, thank you, Shinru, for your review. Reborn Pyro asks, do you think there's a secret boss? And if so, with all your experience with these games, do you have any theories on unlocking it? I mean, if I couldn't find it on the Wikia page, I don't believe it exists.
Yeah, pretty sure we did everything. T says, we waited 7 years from the previous mainline installment to now. How have your opinions on the series changed since then?
I mean, I still really like the mainline games, but they really trashed the Final Fantasy names with all of the
Spin-offs
that they did from when they were like when the president of Square Enix changed over and they just decided to just like crap out a bunch of stuff, online games, bunch of games on the GameCube and Wii, and
throw shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. And I think that hurt the FF brand. I think, unfortunately, with those side games, like a lot of them just went in like the, I don't know, just kind of samey, cutesy direction of things. Yeah. It's like just basic anime shovelware titles. So in my mind, like having played now all the Final Fantasy games
again
within that period, right?
Yeah,
it was like, the Final Fantasy series, I think, is like. It's a complicated mess when it used to be like a really premium thing.
Yeah. I think we're getting back to that a little bit more. I mean, they still have like the Stranger of Paradise spin-offs, but that was still a lot of fun.
And that one's a messy one, but yeah, that one is luckily really fun.
I think the series is definitely going in a more mature direction too.
Yeah.
So I think they're realizing that
their audience is aging.
Yeah, their audience is the same people, but they're 20 years older now.
Yeah.
Or 15 or 10 or whatever.
It's good for them to realize that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they're not going to pull in a new audience if what you realize for the last 10 years, for example, is like, oh, Final Fantasy means shovelware junk.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean.
That's true. I think we're entering a good era of Square, and hopefully they don't prove me wrong with a garbage 14 expansion.
Or 7 Remake Part 2 being...
Yeah, a huge betrayal or something. Also, how do you feel about waiting another 6 or 7 years now that you've exhausted FF16 after barely 3 weeks? That's okay. I mean, we got 7 Remake Part 2. That's basically a mainline game. They give it the budget of one...
the team that would normally be on that. So that team,
that's a weird thing.
They haven't made a Final Fantasy since like 13. Those guys,
I guess. Yeah.
What the heck?
What are they doing, man? They got something huge in the making. The next 15 years.
I think the problem is that the games are too huge for them to handle. Which is funny. It's like I feel like I can do less things in this game than in many of the Final Fantasies.
Yeah.
But yet it's like I could tell the budget was put in like graphics wise, visually, like, and it's big, but I don't know what it is. Aim Pine says, Music and gameplay were amazing. I love some of the crazy combos, like dropping a lightning rod in front of a staggered enemy, then blasting them both with Giga Flare simultaneously to do double damage. However, I felt like the story had a very disappointing ending compared to how intriguing the demo was, and has placed this game at number 8 overall in my mainline series rankings. I have 3 major complaints. 1, what was the actual theme of the game? Was it brotherhood, friendship, learning to save yourself instead of those around you? The ending certainly didn't really give a satisfying conclusion to any of these or a cohesive character arc. It just ended. Compared to FF6, where the game is finding hope after tragedy, and the individual arcs of many of the main characters mimic that by finding love or closure. I don't agree. I think free will is the theme. They stated it about 12,000 times. And the consequence of free will is that Clive dies at the end.
Yeah, sometimes when you have the choice to do what you want, it can be the right choice, but it can also be a hard choice and a bad choice. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
There's consequences to it, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the ending.
I don't know if I agree with that. I also don't agree with the idea that every story needs to have a theme. I think that's like such a... I mean, no offense here. I've had this conversation many times. Some people, when they write a story, start with theme. And usually when I hear someone start with theme, especially with amateur writers, it just sounds so like you're banging it over the top of my head like with a theme.
Propagandistic almost.
Yeah, like it's propaganda instead of like emerging organically from inside of the story. I don't believe in starting with theme. Personally. And I believe it takes a very good writer to start with theme and then give us a good story that we go like, oh yeah, that's what it was about later. And I would rather go, oh yeah, that's what it was about after thinking about something than knowing exactly what it's about when the story ends. And that's my own personal preference there. But I do actually think the game stated the theme pretty clearly. Now, it may not have been root and stem reflected in every single thing that's in the game, but I do think the theme is there, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, too. And I mean, you look at the like enslavement of the people with magic. It's a similar thing. And a lot of times they still use magic even after they're freed to help people. And like, I don't know. I think free will and... Yeah,
free will and enslavement. And like, yeah, that's all. That's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the ending, no final dungeon. It was just the Waloed Castle. Going to Origin was anticlimactic because you just show up and do a boss rush. No major plot twists either. Number 3, biggest issue is adult Joshua. Okay, so Clive goes to the Phoenix Gate with Jill and comes to terms with the fact that he killed Joshua by pressing L3 plus R3. But all that character development and emotional stakes are removed when Joshua is revealed to be alive the whole time, just fucking off doing research to avoid Clive. Plot makes way more sense if adult Joshua is unknowingly a manifestation of Clive, like how Sleipnir was made manifest by Barnabas. Ultima even has a quote towards the end about Joshua. Quote, not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the phoenix emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone, the power of creation. Can it be? Are all their wills truly so potent? What power of creation? This would also make Ifrit Risen be Clive's true potential instead of a fusion dance, which makes me feel better about them never explaining how or why Phoenix and Ifrit got separated thousands or years ago. Question. If there were more legacy summons as pseudo icons like Typhon, which ones would you like to have seen?
I mean, Leviathan, but
yeah, Leviathan's missing.
He's in the game mentioned, but
Carbuncle's not in it.
yeah. Cerberus. Where's Cerberus?
I can think of a lot, actually. Yeah, just list all the summons. No, Leviathan's the most obvious one because it's like, it's not ice like Shiva, it's water.
Yeah.
Anyway, Diablos.
Yeah, Diablos. Where's that magic lamp? I'm gonna rub one out. So, Reborn Pyro. Review, solid 8 out of 10. Story, really fun. I liked all the set pieces and the twists were really good. Some weird stuff like, okay, there are 16 Ultimas and we only see 7. Why? Why is this necessary? Like, unironically, it felt weird and out of left field. I get they're asleep, and the plot is about the 8 ones that are awake, and like they're asleep on Ultima's other continent. But even then, we're missing the Leviathan, the lost Ultima. Feels dumb. Combat, weakest point. I think the biggest issue with the combat are the alts. Like, I'm halfway through FF mode now, and I win all fights by spamming the alts of each icon, except Garuda, because the tornado sucks. Oh, the ults, I think is what he's trying to say. And then using level 5 Odin's sword attack, then repeating. Time is stopped too during ults, so easy wins. But that kind of sucks. Like, how I know I could switch off to some other playstyle and get my ass kicked, but it works too well, and that's a problem. Soundtrack, best part, 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's so divided on the soundtrack.
Yeah, some people are looking at it like it's super forgettable. I like it. It just like
I like it too, but it's not that memorable.
It's not sticking to my ribs.
No. Side content, worst part of the game. Side quests are all right. So are the hunts, but that's the problem. It's only all right. None of the side quests are really cool or stand out enough to really mean anything. I just did them for the XP, and the only one I can remember is the blacksmith quest chain because that's kind of cool. Karen's one sucks too. You just beat someone up who says she's stinky, and then she gives you a lore dump. That's a great sentence. You just beat someone up who says she's stinky, and then she gives you a lore dump. And then she proves him right with a nasty, greasy lore dump. Also, why no side dungeons or bosses? Kind of sucks, not gonna lie. Secret quests are cool, though, if there's more than one completable. That's all that's found at the moment, though. Also, this entire point goes in the trash if someone opens the door in the dim and there's something there. I don't think there's anything else, man.
We'll find out later.
Frost asks, is this Lightning Returns without the sexy outfits? No.
No.
It's way faster.
There's too many other variables.
I don't think it's better than Lightning Returns, but it is faster.
I get like the God Fate combo thing, and then it being action combat, right? Because Lightning Returns was at that point more action than most of the series had.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but no, I don't think so. All right. What was the deal with the red star? Frost asks.
My assumption is unexplained connection between the maybe Clive dying and the Red Star are connected because he's the last of the flame people, the flamers.
He's the last of the flamers.
Yeah, his brother maybe a flamer. Dion definitely a flamer. Dion's assistant even more. He's the bottom of the flamer.
Oh my god. Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that review on our iTunes.
Yeah. Flamer is highly offensive.
Okay, so could just be a piece of symbolism that the game is just throwing it on your head, where it's like, you know, I've seen that in movies where they just cut to something and it's like a reflection of what just happened in the story, but it's a visual representation of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe magic is completely gone, like, overall, and the flame icon is just gone from the universe.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he just undid it all.
Something
maybe that's
like
what
that.
it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of see it as just maybe overtly symbolic of his flame going out, but it's really just a red star in the sky or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, Bounty Hunter Ulster Destiny. I really like this game and story, and I think it fumbled a bit at the end and certainly has some lower points, MMO, side quest bullshit, poor lip syncing, etc. The highs are just so high. The entire beginning sequence leading up through Garuda icon battle is just excellently done. The story is intriguing, the pacing is good, and the characters are great. The game feels driven forward by narrative as opposed to a plot device from MacGuffin, and that's really satisfying to see in a video game. Benedicta is a top tier character for me, and then they kill her. It's like, damn, all right, Square. Then Sid has some great moments, including Benedicta's death, and then they kill him too. Damn, ballsy to kill off the two best characters in the early game, and really two of the better characters I've seen in the game in a while. In gaming in a while, the voice acting for both are top notch, and don't get me started on all Sid's smoking. Made me want to grab a cigar. Great, a cigar every time. There's a scene early on in the Greatwood, I think, where Sid has to use his powers. He coughs up some blood after, and then immediately grabs some tobacco and has a smoke. I was dying laughing. It was such a great moment in establishing his character. I can imagine some twerp coming up to Sid going, "Well, actually, you know smoking kills, right?" And Sid just like, "Well, I fuck." Takes a long drag, and you don't, so piss off.
Yeah. Sid's death and Joshua's reveal is a great scene. Act 2, not quite as strong. Kupka is kind of interesting in how he has used his powers as a dominant to really acquire money and power. And he's just a brute, but also a bit of a simp. Also, after them killing off Sid and Benedicta, I was legit worried Kupka was actually going to kill Jill. That sequence was good, including you cutting off his hands, which was fucking metal. But his icon fight had a weird music shift and then went on too long.
We don't want to talk about how, someone's hand is cut off in another fantasy.
Yeah, we'd hate
property.
to compare it to Jamie Lannister getting his hand cut off. This game hits its peak starting when the Dragoons revolt and fires break out in the city and ending with a ridiculous Bahamut icon fight. That entire sequence is just incredible. Story, gameplay, soundtrack, spectacle. It just hits every note all out. Top tier moment in gaming for me. The Bahamut fight ran the risk of going long like Titan, but it didn't. Plus the mechanics were more interesting and there was more narrative weight. All the stuff with Dion and his family was interesting, and I liked how breastfeeding boy from the Eyrie crossed out. The young prince was actually Ultima. That was a solid, hey, this looks like Game of Thrones, but it's actually Final Fantasy moment.
That's the whole game. This looks like Game of Thrones, but it's not. It's Final Fantasy.
Yeah, no shit.
The whole split the ocean thing was straight out of The Last Pirates of the Caribbean. I didn't see that one, so.
And nobody did.
I mean, you could also say it's from, like, Moses.
Yeah.
That was your reference, was the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie that no one saw except for people in China who were all of the box office for that movie. You're going to tell me that's the the cultural reference?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, dude.
Yeah, I think more foundational for all of the civilization.
I mean, you could go back to a movie that way more people saw.
Oh, that's true,
The Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
One of the top grossing films of all time, inflation adjusted. So more people have seen The Ten Commandments than ever saw that last Pirates movie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not to make fun of you too much.
It's okay if you like bad movies.
It's all right.
That's what he's saying.
Gosh, the last Pirates movie I saw was the fourth one. That one was bad.
The first one's like a
First one's
7.
great. Second one and third one they have good moments.
They're too cheesy.
Fourth one is horrible.
The second one is immediately cheesy.
The beach scene with Jill and Clive felt like a legitimate attempt at an intimate scene, not like a Mass Effect. Congrats for hitting the dialogue option with a heart. Here's some titties and ridiculously dry humping. But like a serious scene between two very close people. It wasn't amazing or anything, but definitely better than most anything similar I've seen in video games. Though there was a weird moment with Jill smiling that looked funky, and then when Clive dropped some ridiculously cheesy line. They should have cut the scene 15 seconds earlier. Jill's side boob, 8.5 out of 10.
Agreed.
The final act had some solid moments, but narratively fell off a bit for me. Like, Odin easily beats the shit out of everyone twice, but then you beat him the third time, even though really nothing has changed except you acquiring Shiva's powers. Odin's fight was fun, though. One of the writers had clearly just read Prometheus Bound by the ancient Greek Aeschylus, which that is my favorite of the ancient Greeks, but it felt kind of out of place with the story. And the will and mankind of Ultima and kill a god stuff just didn't hit the same way the story had in the first two acts. I thought they had struck a good balance of dark, mature Game of Thrones nations vying for power, all with some Final Fantasy. And then at the end went, so you guys like anime, right?
Yeah, it's time to kill a god. Bleh. boring. I don't hate the end, but I think they fell short of what they had up to that point. The Joshua sacrifices at the end had some good emotional weight, though, and Dion joining the assault was cool. I'm not sure about the open-endedness of the finale. Looking online, there are some solid theories for any variation of Joshua and Clive being dead and or alive. Not sure what I believe. Would have been okay with something clearer. I enjoyed the combat system a lot, even though I'm not a big DMC fan. I'm looking forward to trying New Game Plus and Final Fantasy difficulty. The soundtrack was excellent. Finding the Flame is a great fun song. Surprised they only used it twice. Voice acting was absolutely top tier. The active time lore and map thing Vivian shows you is really cool. Overall, I really like the tone and story direction in this game. No 7-year-old kid fighting in battle with you and being a stupid attempt at comic relief. The story didn't really feel really
Gertz?
campy for the most part. Clive's clothing stopped just shy of boy band leather. Goots was thankfully mostly minimized.
I wish any line from that
You
guy
mean
was
Hodor and
maximized.
old Nan? Literally just called Nan in the game, but it's not similar. Even though Sid and Benedicto weren't in Acts 2 and 3, Joshua, Dion, and Clive's uncle picked up the slack. I think all the internet talk on, is this really a Final Fantasy, is dumb. Of course it is. Didn't you see the ending? LOL. Nor is the series dead if they keep this combat system, or if they go back to turn-based. I think all that debate is pretty trifling. I could write twice as much about this game. I glossed over a lot. I don't have an exact ranking, but for me, this is no doubt an upper-tier FF game and a video game in general. It fucking rocked.
Well, those are all our reviews and questions. It's nice to hear from you guys. Lots of people, lots of interesting, different takes on it. You know, I was seeing so much positive stuff at the beginning. I was actually surprised to hear kind of negative reviews on some of these guys and mixed reviews. And then, yeah, interesting. Yeah. It's like the first week of this thing coming out, people were like
blowing it.
Yeah. Just like spooging all over the place about it. So that was interesting to see. Anyway, let's talk about the legacy of this game, and then we'll do our rankings.
Hell yeah.
So this game just came out. Initial thoughts on it were extremely positive. We're obviously getting more mixed reactions now as we've gone 3 weeks into this thing, or 4 weeks maybe. I know that it got decent reviews, pretty similar reviews. I think 15 also got decent reviews when it first came out. It was the fastest selling, I believe, Final Fantasy game in its first week anyway.
Yeah, it sold a lot. It was like 3 million or something. That's pretty crazy.
There's been some recent news articles about its retail performance in Japan dropping a lot. And then people are being like, "Oh, what does this mean?" And then other people being like, "Well, it's not counting digital sales and stuff like that, and we don't actually know."
Yeah, Square Enix has come out and said it's done very well. So.
Yeah, and I imagine it has, because if you do 3 million times times what, 70? Because this game's not a $60 game; it's 70.
21. No, wait, no. $210 million. It's pretty fucking good for the first
week, yeah.
And the budget's probably what?
The budget, so
150 something.
Gosh, I found the budget for one of the other Final Fantasy games. I thought I put it in the chat. It was like, gosh, I want to say it was like $140 million for FF7 Remake or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, obviously, when it's retail, they don't get everything back.
Yeah.
So it's not like
it's not a straight 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's not a 1-to-1. And then they spend, I don't know if it's like the movie industry where they just don't even talk about how much they spend on marketing. So who knows? But I'm sure it's doing like 3 million copies. Like, look, it tops out at 10 million. We know that. Like FF15 was at 10 million, 7 before they had a million different releases of it later. That was at 10 million. That's the only note. That's the highest number we've ever seen for any Final Fantasy game. Yeah. So they're not going to spend any more than what they think they can top out at. So
unless it's Spirits Within, and then they'll tank it all.
that's true. No, that's different.
And then they'll banish your ass to Hawaii for the rest of your days to live out under the slavingly toasty sun and the deliciously cool beaches.
Drinking Mai Tais and watching hula hoop or hula dances or whatever.
Yeah, until the day you fucking die.
Eating some pork cooked in the ground. Wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, that's just for savages.
Awful. Yeah,
terrible time. So the legacy of this game, I think, is generally pretty positive so far. I mean, it's hard to tell except for like a year out when you get all the, well, actually this wasn't very good and actually this was great. And
yeah, it'll take a while to truly see its legacy in the minds of the people.
But I think the view on 15 now is way more negative than when it first came out, for example.
Yeah.
I think the view on 14 is obviously way more positive than maybe it even deserves to be at this point now.
Yeah.
When it came out, it was obviously like crushed. I think 13 has stayed mixed. That one's one where it's like some people hate it, some people love it, and that's kind of where it has always been. 12 has gotten far more positive over time.
Yeah.
The view of 12, including my own view of 12 after replaying it just a few years ago for this show. So it's hard to tell. We can't really give it. I don't think. Like, what have you just like heard about the legacy of this game? Like, have you even like dipped in your toe into like what people are saying?
No, other than like personal opinions of people I know or people that have been on the stream with me. A lot of people really like it.
Yeah.
So, but it's still, I think it's too early. It's so different. That's another thing that makes it like FF12 in my mind is if I had played more Final Fantasies before playing 12, I think I would have had the same feeling with that one as I did with this one, where like it's very different in a lot of ways, but it's still Final Fantasy. So in this one, it does feel different. It's like a different thing almost. And it's not that it's not an FF. It's just it's just a weird game.
It has so many things that make an FF.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say that it's definitely not. It's the tone of it. It's that it's adult.
Yeah.
And it's brutal and it's complex, but not in a magic complex sort of way. I mean, Ultima has a little bit of that where you're like, what is Ultima? What is he? Is it a thing? Is it a...
Yeah.
So there's that. Like, that's an FF15 thing where it's like, I'm not sure what happened at the end there, but it sure was sad. Like,
yeah.
You can only do it if you look up a bunch of YouTube videos from a bunch of nerds who looked at every single book and then like put the dots together in their apartment or whatever. Like, put the strings up and figured out how the lore works in this game. Like, it's not confusing in that way, but it is confusing as in there's a lot of characters. It may take going through it a second time to really get your grasp on all the powers at play and stuff like that. It's like watching The Godfather for the first time. There's like 12,000 characters in that movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, with a bunch of long Italian names, and then you're having to go back to it and be like, oh, now I get it. This relationship to this guy, this guy. Oh, they killed that guy because that guy wasn't at the thing there. You know, crap like that. So, I mean, it's more complicated than The Godfather, but it's also way longer. Either way, like, it's hard to tell on the legacy of this game. But I think maybe we can just talk about what our overall feelings are on this new mainline Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, I think it's good. I enjoyed my time. I was looking forward to playing it each day that I did play it. I know I did do the 16 hours and then I didn't play it for like a week and a half or like a week or something. I don't really know why, but I'm busier right now than I was then, so I don't know what the deal was. But it was a fun time. I do think it's a weird Final Fantasy still. Like it has a lot of the parts of a Final Fantasy, but it just doesn't. It's not quite the same, and that's kind of what they do. Though they make games that are like pretty different from each other.
Yeah, that is kind of what the series is. Like,
from
1 to 2, they completely scrapped the world, scrapped the characters.
Yeah, so I think that's just the novelty of it, and eventually that'll wear off and it'll take its place. I had a good time with it, though. I think it's fun to play. I will play it again and get the platinum. I wish I had time for it. We were both going to do that, And then suddenly you decided, oh, I'm just going to be done as I'm halfway through the game. Like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, I was going to platinum it, and I'm pretty close as far as like the list items are concerned. But the last few trophies I have are like
the long ones.
It's a lot. It's a lot of grinding and then playing the entire game again. That's what it's going to require. And so I was like, well, I could do that, or we can actually have a review of this game out at a good time. And it's not like the story. It's not like if I didn't do any of the extra stuff, it would suddenly be a really short game. It's 20 hours of cutscenes.
Yeah, it's a big...
And I would have wanted to rewatch the cutscenes.
I would have too, yeah.
For this review.
Yeah.
And that would have been a lot.
That's too much. I would have done the same thing, though.
So, yeah, that's why I made that decision. I was ahead of you on the game, and I realized all those things. And so that's why I made that decision. But one thing I wanted to kind of interrupt you on was just the differences. Like, we've talked about this before, but actually the jump from FF10 to 11, that's the biggest, craziest jump in the series, and it still is. Yeah. This at least feels like a mix between 13 and 12 and 15.
Yeah, it does.
Like, that's
a good blend.
That's a blend of that plus really mature stuff, kind of like
and that's
Game of Thrones thrown in.
Yeah, and they definitely evolve, as it goes along. They've been evolving towards this point. I don't think it's a weird game to have after what we've been seeing. So I agree with that. Whereas 12 was a big shift, especially if you didn't play 11.
Yeah, if you didn't play 11, then 12 is a huge shift. But 12 feels like a course correction if you played 11 right before it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, well, we'll take a lot of 11 stuff, but then we're gonna bring it back. This is almost like we're taking a lot of 14 stuff, but we're gonna reel it back and kind of like make it, more of a cohesive, singular piece. Yeah, which I really appreciate. By the way,
I agree.
Do you have anything else? Sorry, okay.
No.
Okay. This game surprised me with how much I liked it. I was not that excited about it. I thought they did a horrible job marketing the game, so it wouldn't surprise me if the sales were under. Basically, is my idea on that thing. I realized a lot of streamers were giving this game early and a whole bunch of crap like that, which I do not pay attention to. Period. I don't even know why people watch us play the games. I mean, I appreciate it because I'm less lonely. I don't mind chatting with you guys. That's kind of how I see it. But actually just watching someone play a video game, like, I have no interest. Zero. So I don't really I don't understand that community. I do understand when it's a hot chick and you can look at a hot chick for a second. Like, that's nice. So I get it if it's like a chick doing it, but I don't know, like, why would you watch a dude play a video game?
I don't know.
Like, as a straight man, there's no reason for me to watch a dude play a video game except for, like, I must be real bored. I must be literally on a deserted island.
Yeah, I think
with YouTube.
A lot of people pull it up and they just listen to it like a show almost.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is also weird to me, but whatever. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
Thanks for being
Twitch.tv/Ultima Final Fantasy. No, but this game surprised me because, like, after it's kind of like clunky beginning trailer stuff, honestly, once we got past all the, like, the reveal that wasn't really a reveal that Joshua wasn't dead and crap like that, that's when the game, for me, and I seem to be the opposite of opinion, at least two of our reviewers, that for me is when the game kind of like kicked in and it became its own story and it became its own identity, and then I was more into the characters, and then I was on the ride and I enjoyed it. I don't think it pales in comparison to and quite a few things on some of the Final Fantasy games, but I don't think they botched the story, which I really appreciate. And the gameplay was a lot of fun, and I was looking forward. Like, we have to play a lot of games for these podcasts, and so games are not as special as they used to be when I was a teenager, and so it takes a game. It takes a special game to make me want, when I get home, I'm not forcing myself like it's a chore to play a game. I'm wanting to go play that game. This game was not a chore. This game pulled me in, and I wanted to play, and I wanted to do the whirlwind, and I wanted to do the combos, and I wanted to continue on with the story and see what happens. All those things were at play enough for me to, like, keep coming back for more. God of War Ragnarok did the same thing, where it's like I wasn't feeling the time go by at all. I was like, I would blink and it would be 1 a.m. and I'd be like, shit, I gotta go to work in the morning. Like, that's always a good thing to have. This game built to that point for me, and then I was in it and I really liked it. There are little issues here or there, but I think overall it's a very, very solid Final Fantasy game. So that's my overall thoughts on it.
Yeah. The real question is, though, where are you going to put this bad boy?
Okay.
So to recap our rankings as of this moment, before we rank Final Fantasy XVI, Joe has 6, 10, 7, 9, 15, 5, 12, 13, 8, 4, 14, 11, 2, 3, and 1. And my rankings are 7, 6, 10, 12, 9, 5, 4, 15, 14, 13, 8, 11, 2, 3, 1.
I need to look at it. I need it here in between us.
The physical.
Yeah, I need to actually see the list in front of me. How does it compare to other FFs? I don't think it's a top 3.
No.
I don't think there's enough in the gameplay category that was like fun outside of the combat to kind of spice that up. The combat's good, but I don't think it's better than some of the other top ones in the series, for example, even though it's a totally different kind of battle system. I do think that the combat in the action realm of things, it's only really against 15. I guess, yeah, it's better than 15 in the combat. Story, it's better than I think about half of them.
Yeah.
At least. But I don't think it reaches the heights of 6, 7, or 10. Where I'm kind of having it at is like upper middle for me, personally. The soundtrack is like low tier for me. I really like it.
Yeah.
There's not really any bad soundtracks in this series except for maybe 12. And that's only because it's like 12 is fine. It's like if I pressed a button, give me RPG soundtrack, that's what 12 would be.
Yeah.
But it's definitely better than that. It has more of an identity than that, but it's not Nobuo. It's not Yoko Shimomura, even with 15. Replay value is pretty high. There's a lot of things to do, and there's a new mode that's brought up, so that's going for it. That's really good. It's a good looking game, but it's not as beautiful as some of the other games versus their system. So I don't know, man. Like, this is a good, solid FF game, but I don't think it's going in my tops. It's not going in my tops. I think I know where it's going to go, but you can kind of.
I'm going to guess that yours, it's going to go right below 5, but above 12.
Right below 5, but above 12? Interesting.
And I think for me, it's going to go above 4, but under 5.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Which would place it number 7.
It's the 7th best mainline game
Yeah.
in your... Okay, wow, okay. Here's the deal, Schweiss. It's really close to 15 for me as far as like what I think about this game. I think there are just a couple things that 15 went. Now I feel like I'm in the minority on this one because the public reception for 15 has just
not as good as you like it.
Flipped
Yeah.
on it. Like, I feel like me and the 15 crowd when the game came out were pretty much on the same page, and then all the negative aspects about 15 that are true have come out, and people have like bagged on it more and more and more, and it's been beaten down to be like, oh, such a disappointment, when I don't actually think it really is. I would say the story is more put together than 15's story. It makes more sense. It has the scenes that 15 misses.
Yeah.
There's like 3 major like one, Noctis shows up and no one says anything. That's insane to me. And then there was other like setup aspects that were difficult in 15, but the characters in 15, like that's something that this game, it has some decent characters, but you didn't grow to love them like the 15 characters.
No,
and it
that's
doesn't
true.
it has a very good ending. But if I'm going to like rank it against 15, which is where it's kind of like going on my list, its ending is not 15's ending is one of the best in the series.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And like I know 15's a messy game in other aspects. The combat's not as good. This is really difficult because I think 16 is a more solid game than 15.
Yeah, I mean,
15
I agree.
has some gaping holes.
Yeah, that's why I put it 2 spots above 15. What's it going to be,
But 15, I think, better characters, which make me care more about the story, even though the story is junky.
Yeah.
Or not
The
junky,
love interest in
but
15 is worse, oddly.
That's true.
Oddly worse. 'Cause
That's
this one
true.
sucks too.
That was the other big issue with 15 was
it's emotional
Luna
draw, and
Freya
I'm
didn't
like,
make sense. Okay, well you just brought that up. Now that's another like negative on it. Side quests and stuff more interesting in this game for sure. Okay. This is a really good Final Fantasy game. I can't say that it's not better than some of these other ones that I also love, but I think have also bigger flaws than 16. I think it's going to barely nudge out 15.
Really?
I think on the gameplay side of things is where it's like going to fly. And on the story, I think is like, it does make more sense. It's more well put together. I do miss, there are some high highs in 15 soundtrack and how much you like, for me, I was like really into the characters and stuff, and the world I think is more fun to explore. But 16 is just, it's a more professional game. Like they put out a complete package.
Creative Business Unit 3. Good work.
Wow, way to go, Creative Business Unit 3. So, it's not going into my tops of my tops, but it's definitely going to the tops of the mids.
Yeah.
So for me, the ranking is 6 is the best one, 10, which is barely above 7, and then we take a step down.
Yeah.
Then we go down and we go 9, then 16, then 15, 5, 12. And then we're taking another step down. Then we're going into the lower mids. When we go to 13, 8, 4, 14, 11, and then we step down to the games that I don't really even care for that much. 2, 3, and 1.
Yeah, we're such heretics with 1.
I know.
People love 1.
I know. They're the look. I'm glad
just
it.
old.
I'm
That's
glad
all.
it exists. Yeah, that's what it is. You had
You're just
nothing to
old.
do in 1987, and so that's what you did.
It's not my fault. You were 4 years too early.
sorry.
That's all I got to say. All right, there it is. Joe's official ranking.
Yeah, number 4 for me.
So I'm going to go 7, 6, 10, 12, 9, 5, 16, 4, 15, 14, 13, 8, 11, 2, 3, 1. So it is number 7.
Wow.
Just below 5.
Okay, so
I was thinking I could do if I put it below 4, it'd be 16, 15, 14, 13. Nice little pattern.
hey, they're getting better.
But I'm like, 4 is a betrayal at the end. So
After that 13 drop, they're getting better. They're building up.
yeah, it's an improvement. This is continuous improvement.
Yeah, it's interesting how now our list used to be like really similar, and now they're starting to get pretty wackadoo.
Yeah, I mean, you got 12.
I clearly thought this game was better within the series of Final Fantasy than you did. If I'm putting it number 4.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
I mean, I have my issues with 15, but I think that ending almost saves the whole game and the characters and stuff like that. 5, I think, is a super fun game. That's why it's up so high on my list.
Yeah,
But
5's great.
I can't pretend and there's great parts about the story. Don't get me wrong.
But the story is a weak part of 5.
Kind of a weak part of 5. 12 is a super weak story. 13 is a confusing as shit story, but it's a really fun game.
Yeah.
So 13 is one of the highest for me gameplay wise, but it's not going up near the top for overall.
Yeah, because the story's so bad.
Story's so
I think
bad.
so poorly done.
And also, poorly done. And also, the music isn't like hitting where all these other ones are hitting. So yeah, I mean, it's difficult to rank all these games now. There's so many of them.
It is.
I do think it's like, probably 5th best Final Fantasy. There you go. For me, really good.
Yeah, Roxo says it's number 5 on his list too. So
Okay, well there you go. Someone else. I'm sure whatever's above his. I'm sure 14's number 1 for Roxo. But
it is. I was so mad at him when he said that. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And he's like, "Hey, I've spent more time in this game than I have in life." I'm like, yeah, but come on.
That's fair. Well, anything else to add before we hang this up?
No, man. It's been good hanging out with you guys. We're gonna focus on our other show again for a while.
Yeah,
and then
we did find out a new game we had to add
for
on
Final
the
Fantasy.
list.
Yeah, so we got another edition.
Mario game.
Yeah, and then we'll have 7 Remake Part 2 at some point. It's supposed to be this year, right? That's what I thought I heard. I don't pay attention to gaming news at all.
I thought it was this winter.
Yeah, so that'll be something to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they botch it up.
Yeah, because
They can't have. 7 Remake actually like exceeded my expectations so much. It's impossible for me to be like, okay, they cannot possibly match it.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a divider. I know
don't
it.
know, maybe.
And they also went weird with the story at the end, right?
They went weird ways.
When we find out that 7 Remakes actually a sequel to 7, that's when it gets weird. And so you're like, okay, now what are they going to do with it? Like, what kind of crazy shit is Nomura going to put in here?
Yeah, there's no telling. It could be an extremely frustrating game, but
yeah,
we'll have to find out next time.
Okay.
So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for this review of Final Fantasy 16.
Manscaped.
That's Manscaped, yeah. Code UFF.
Code UFF.
Please, for the love of God, support us.
You can support us on Patreon as well.
Support your balls.
Keep the podcast going. And you can join our Discord channel and you can keep the Final Fantasy chat going. All those things will be linked in the description of this episode.
Yeah. And until next time, guys, enjoy the grind.